fine. We just got to wait for that. We have to sort this link out, right, guys? Give us a few minutes. You're going to give me a new link. I'll tell you. I just want to get this link. Okay.
It's the same link, same link.
Okay.
Same link.
You sent it to me.
It's the same link.
It's the same link. You sure?
Yeah, I just checked with the report.
You checked it.
They both are the same.
No, TPAQ D2 RMMS question mark feature equal share. Okay, that's fine. Leave it. Right?
Okay. We can start.
Eh?
We can start.
We're ready. Should I put the light off or are you okay? Leave it off.
The slides come up.
The problem is the slide is giving. It's HDMI cable.
Oh, what it's loose.
No, these cables are not good. It's like bouncing, but we see.
You can't just Bluetooth it.
You good?
Yes.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Namaste, Namaskaram, Vanakkam, Assalamu alaikum, Sanbonani no. Okay? My name is Ashwin Desai, and I'm very pleased to welcome you to the 1860 Heritage Center on behalf of the board, as Mr. Gokul, the chairperson of the board here, and all of the other members. Selvin's a bit rushed off his feet, so he asked me to do the honors in greeting you all and welcoming you to this session at the 1860 Heritage Center, honoring this anniversary of the first Indian indentured workers to arrive in South Africa. So this is the beginning of this part of the program here at the center this weekend, and it continues into tomorrow, and I trust that you're all aware of those activities that will be taking place in different parts of the province. The pleasant task that falls to me is to introduce Professor Rajan Mestri. Over here. I think we should give you a round of applause before it's a really distinct honor that we could have a scholar of his caliber join us on this very special occasion. Professor Rajan Mestri is Professor Emeritus at the University of Cape Town, and his origins are here on the KZN South Coast. You will see that Selvin didn't trust me with speaking, so he wrote me some very good notes here. So I hope I'm not off the page anywhere. If I am, then it's his fault. So he's from the KZN South Coast. He's the fourth of 5 children, born and brought up in this rural part of KZN. He's descended from indentured workers, and his family eked out a living as market gardeners. While his parents had very little education, they had enormous faith in ensuring that their children acquired a higher education. And he had a tiny library in a cupboard that fired his love for reading. He obtained an honors in English at the University of Cape Town, a master's at the University of Texas, and a PhD in linguistics at UCT in 1986. And he has a huge and vast array of publications, books, and those in academic journals. So of these publications, the majority of them are in the field of social linguistics. He was elected as a Fellow of the Royal Society of South Africa and the Academy of Science, and currently holds a National Research Foundation A rating. The most significant of all of this, that applause you should follow suit, because that is, in terms of scholarship, the NRF rating is the veritable, the Oscars of the academic sector. But Professor Mestre goes even one better, in that in July of this year, he was elected as a Fellow of the British Academy. And this, although it's this individual accolade, to him, it's a significant feather in the cap of all of South African academia that this prestigious honor could be bestowed on one of his own. He has been recognized in a whole variety of fora for his distinguished scholarship in the fields of humanities and social sciences, and especially his exemplary contributions in the fields of social linguistics. And Professor Mestre's work on the ship's lists of indenture is path-breaking work, and I'm sure that we all in this audience are privileged to be able to listen in on this amazing work that breaks new ground in indenture research. So with that said, please join me in welcoming Professor Mestre.
So, Sanbanani, everyone, Namaste, Vanakkam, and since I'm from Cape Town, I should say good day in Afrikaans. I can only think of good morning for him, but it's not the morning. It's a great honor and privilege and a wonderful feeling to be addressing you today. It is a very special privilege to be asked to deliver this lecture, and I'm especially pleased to see so many people in the audience from different strands of my life, really. And so I'm going to start off right away by first of all welcoming all the people that I don't know. So there are people that I don't know. You're the ones who made a special occasion to come here. You don't know what you're in for, so thank you above all. Then there are family members who are here. I want to point out we have Mr. Fulchan, who is 98 years old, going to be 99 in 3 months' time. And he is a kind of uncle and going strong. And is still highly sociable and highly alert mentally. My sister Vidya is here from our hometown of Kumas with quite a few of her friends and colleagues, so welcome to that. A whole host of people I know from UDW days are here, some people I haven't seen for years and years. People from the English side of my life when I lectured in English, from the mathematics side of my life when I studied advanced mathematics, and many others. So it's really wonderful. And I have many things, but I'm not strictly speaking recognized as a historian. But here I am today pretending to be a historian. And I want to talk to you about the ship's list of indenture. Now, what are the ship's lists of indenture? Well, these are the original lists that each ship's captain would bring with them, itemizing every person on board, every worker to be, who was assigned a number, and he would hand those over in Durban to the protector of immigrants. And the protector would then make another list called the registers. And these are all handwritten, of course. Typewriters barely existed, let alone computers, etc. from what the original ship's list looked like. We are passing them around, and I'm going to ask you to only spend 2 seconds looking at them because you're going to find them illegible. And that's not because the photocopying is bad. These are thanks to Peter Wansami at the Documentation Center at UKZN. It's not that the reproduction is bad, but that is the original, or as close to the original as you're going to get. So we're dealing with fading materials, handwriting, which I think is really beautiful handwriting, but it takes a bit of time to get used to. So what we have out here is the slide on the ship's register. So this is an example of the entry that the Protector of Indians would have, and these registers look like this today. Okay, as many as these. In fact, this one is the registers of those who returned. If there's one thing that the British loved, it was keeping records. And historians like Ghulam Wahid, who I think is here, and Ashwin Desai, and people like myself and my wife Uba, the real historian in our house. And we thank the stars for that. I mean, I think we are big enough, while we are committed to decolonization and new forms of knowledge. I think that doesn't mean not acknowledging old forms of knowledge and using them and transforming them. I'm hoping that you will accept that what I'm giving you today is a nice piece of history. I hope you'll think that. It's a piece of heritage research. It's of relevance more broadly to South Africa and Durban than just the Indian communities. But I hope you will see or agree that there's a bit of a transformative element to my analysis. So this too is the kind of list that we are looking at. So the next slide tells you that the British love keeping even more things. There are things they call certificates. And each certificate repeats the lines on the ship's list, which I'll be coming to, what the different columns are. And this is a set of immigration certificates per migrant. And these would have been photographed in Calcutta, it says so at the top. And we're still looking for them. Selman will tell you that and Thiru and others, we are Ghulam perhaps. My wife Uma says she's not interested in searching, but she'll send me to go out and look for them. If we manage to find these certificates, they're sitting somewhere, we would have a picture of every indentured labourer who came to these shores. Next slide. Now the originals are fading, they are in poor condition because these are from the 1860s, right? And they are housed or were housed at the archives in Durban. This is a picture I've taken from Ghulam Wahid and Roy Chank's article. So they are boxes and boxes of those original lists, but they are not in great condition. Anyone working with the originals will have to work with these and the copied registers that the Protector did locally. And the bad news is it's very hard working in the archives and finding documents, but what I'm discovering in Durban, Ghulam, is that it's even harder to find the archives. I've gone to this site where it's supposed to be, and they say they've closed, and they send you somewhere else, and they'll give you a phone number, and no one picks up, and so on. So I'm a bit in the dark here. But the ship's registers I've worked with in Peter Maritzburg, and I'm very happy to say that the service there was cordial and efficient. Now, the story is that transforming these documents from the handwriting, and we're looking at 152,184 lines for each migrant who came between 1860 and 1911. And it takes a dedicated historian working for most of a lifetime to transform those via computers and ultimately into easy to access Excel files today. So this historian is Joy Bray, who has been honored by the Heritage Center. And the secondary person who I think deserves credit for this is Suresh Bana, also accredited by this center. But my reading of the literature is that Joy Bray did the most persevering in this project. And before she died, she had transformed all the information into 9 Excel files with the assistance of researchers, and I'm hoping that at least one of the researchers is here today, a research assistant. If Mrs. Bisham is here, Nirupa, please indicate. And I did interview you and had some very interesting conversations. So, these Excel files are freely available via, I think the Heritage Center has access, the Documentation Center has it on their website. And before she died, Joy Brain phoned my wife Uma and me, and she said she was giving us a present of a CD with the Excel files. She didn't say much more than she hoped they would be useful, full stop. But 10 years on, reading into it, I think she must have hoped that someone would take up the labors of her lifetime, because she put down that record, and this would be like 2 to 3 decades work. Because the records are not just there waiting for you idly to simply type them up. They have to be interpreted, they have to be deciphered, they have to be checked, etc. The spellings are variant, the handwriting can be complicated, etc., etc. And so no one wanted to spend a decade or so. Files are like, so we go to the next slide. So this is the very first record of the ships, this is the Excel files, and this is the very first ship in 1860 that arrived here. Now, you all know that the first ship that left India with indentured workers was not the Truro, but the Belvedere. The Belvedere left before the Truro, but because Calcutta is far away, much far further away, the ship that left later from Madras arrived in Natal first. So history is full of these curiosities and really very interesting. And you might also want to know that the first 12 indentured workers were all Christian. Davaram, Nagiam, Elizabeth, Kirbai, Abraham, etc. were indentured workers, Christian from Madras. Next slide. So, the information on the Excel file has many columns. The columns will tell you the name, the father's name, the age, the caste. If you're a Muslim, then it would say Muslim rather than specify a caste. Then it would say the 3 things that are important to me. I'm focusing on one of the 9 or 10 columns. So that's all. I'm talking about district of origin. There's the next column, which is the district of origin, is sometimes called Zilla or Chilla. Right? The next column is also an area fine-tuned within that district, which was your city. They call it a Thana. And Thana is translated as a police circle. That is, which part of a city or town that has a police station, that's called a Thana. And Thana, by the way, is the same from Sanskrit Sthan. Right? Sthan means a place, and in colloquial Hindi it became Thana. And then the village. Okay? And a village is a big thing in India because it's a big population. It's not a small thing, but still the village is the smallest unit. I'm going to be talking not about the villages, not about the police circle or sub-part of a city or area, but I'm going to be talking about the districts. That's all for the next 30 minutes. And if you're disappointed, then please ask Selvan for your money back, okay? Now, there are others for remarks. So in the remarks column out there, it seems that Devaram and his troop didn't like Durban so much, and within a year or 2, they pushed off to the diamond fields. So they were not the first Durbanites to leave these warm shores for drier pastures further inland. Okay? And then it says, when they arrived, this is something that Joyburn wrote line by line. It's not there line by line in the original records. Then we're told the employer, if they died, other remarks, some remarks are died on ship. Right? So the ship's captain is bringing in his list, and not everyone's there. How do you account for it? 2 or 3 people were buried at sea. Some ships, of course, were infected by cholera and typhoid, and our historians have written about that. So sometimes the death rate was very great. You also get some people who are not born in India and not born in Durban. Now, they are recorded here because they were born on board. There might have been about 22 or so such born on board. Okay, next slide. Who are the people who have studied indenture? Many, and I'm going to go through them very quickly. The first one of significance is a thesis by A.G. Chunu of Pietermaritzburg, done by the University of Natal in the 60s, when you could study it from Natal in the 60s. And he did a thesis on indentured Indian migration and the role of Indians in the sugar industry. And reading through the thesis, it seems to me it was supposed to be about the contribution to the sugar industry and the plantations, etc. But like many of us, he got seduced by the sheer data available. And so he set out to do more than his supervisor wanted for this MA. And he actually wrote quite a bit about the first 15 years. He did an analysis of who came from where, what caste, etc. But after 15 years, analysis of the 50-year period, he stopped wisely, else you carry on, as some people have. And he had a young research assistant called Neville Chunu, who was in the audience here. Neville Chunu was much younger in the 1960s, professor of English here in South Africa and in New York. And his dad made him an unpaid research assistant. He had to go around talking to indentured workers or their descendants. Okay, Joy Brain started her interest working on Christian Indians in Natal, and that's where she encountered the ship's list, and that started her lifelong interest in the ship's list. And as I've said, she, in my estimate, deserves the most credit. There's also something by someone called Y.S. Mead. Are we on to documents of indentured labor? So let's go to one more slide. Next slide. After this. That's Joy Brain's book. Next slide. Is Y.S. Mead, Documents of Indentured Labor. They do the same thing. They get seduced by all this information. They start analyzing it. They're quite good. But after 10 years for Madras and 13 years for Calcutta, they stop giving you analysis of totals and who came from where and what was their background. And they then talk about the political situation and the abuses and so on. And that's a very fine book. But who on earth is Y.S. Mead? Does anyone know Y.S. Mead? This is she. Fatima Mead was banned at the time and couldn't publish. So she got her daughter, Yasmin Shanaz Mead, who lives in Cape Town, to be the author. And she had a huge research team at Natal University. And quite a bit of information there. Okay. Next slide is a book on Gandhi by Maureen Swan, although this book is mistitled, as many people misuse the Gandhi name, I know about it. It's not about Gandhi so much as indenture in Natal. It was a very fine book for the 80s, and it also talks about Gandhi's role somewhat negatively, in a way that indentured workers never did. And I did interviews with indentured workers or their descendants in coal mines in northern Natal, and they swore by Gandhi's role in the strikes out there. Still, the book did something. She did a random sample. She was smart enough, she was from UCT, and she was smart enough to say too much information, it'll drive you mad, drive you to drink. So she told me herself in the 80s that she got a statistician at UCT to advise her, but she wouldn't tell me anything else then. And I wasn't really working on history so much as linguistics. But I can now extrapolate that the statistician told her, look at every 40th line and you'll get a good random sample. So the formula I worked out as an ex-mathematician was C plus c plus xn, where n is equal to 1, 2, 3, and c is a constant to be determined. If you were smart, then the constant would have been 1, starting with Davaram number 1, then you go to 41, then you go to 81, etc., etc. And then she totaled them. I used them in the 80s when I did my PhD, and it seemed to be correct to me. And I have to say that her work was very impressive. But now, having gone through all of that myself, but only for the districts, I'm in a position to see whether she was right or wrong. The thing about this work is someone can write about it, but you can't say whether they were right or wrong because there's so much information until you've gone through it yourself. And if you want to risk being driven to drink or madness. Suresh Bana is the only one to write a full-length book on this, the indentured Indian emigrants to Natal. The next slide, please. Sorry. Yeah, indentured Indian emigrants to Natal. This is a good book to read for background. He drew on things. I wonder whether Joy Brain's name should also be on the title because it was her work as well. He stopped in 1902. By then, the work was too much, the funds ran out, and he was leaving for America. So you would say 1902, that's only 9 years, actually 10 years, no, 9 years before the end of indenture. Surely that's good. He's worked on about 41 years. Surely that's good enough. No, it turns out, and we couldn't know. I assumed it was good enough, but I can now say no. Until you've been through every record, you can not say that things didn't change in the last decade, and in fact they did. But still, if you want to find out about the background to what India was like, the districts, etc., it's a good book, although I'm going to say at the end it could have been better. Next slide. Virya is a scholar from India now working in the United States, and he got interested. Now, here's the story of Virya. Krishna Gubali, young man in his 40s, and Virya. Krishna Gubali grew up in India, in a part of Andhra Pradesh, Telugu part of India, and he was brought up by his grandmother, who used to tell him stories about her father Virya. And Virya worked in this mythical land called India. So here we are, aching and yearning for roots out in India, and as a young Indian, aching and yearning for his roots somewhere in Natal. That's all they know. He's from Natal, he worked in the plantations, he did well, he came back a reasonably rich man, he was well looked after, he was highly thought of in his village when he went back. But here's the thing, he was so well off that his relatives duped him and stripped him of his fortune, etc. And this story is recounted by great-grandson Krishna. And Krishna is pining for Natal. He goes and makes a fortune as you have to call him data analytics controller or something. I just call them computer wallas, all right? He's a computer walla in India. He's paid a reasonable amount, as they do. And he says, I'm going to Natal and I'm going to find my roots, okay? So he connects with the wonderful researchers out here, our historians and the documents. He probably came here, he went to Documentation Center, went to Maritzburg, and he tells the story in this book, Virya. And it's written like a thriller, how his heart ached, and he thought he was giving up. He had 5 minutes left to go and catch his plane, to catch his taxi to the airport, and he's still in Maritzburg, and in the last 5 minutes, eureka, he finds, we don't need the next slide yet, he finds his grandfather's name, he then goes back, makes further inquiries, he finds his roots, and if you're interested, his roots are with a Telugu family in Tonga. Somehow a lot of my stories seem to end up in Tonga these days, I don't know why. So, now he's a data analyst. These buggers use AI. They don't call it AI when he worked it, but they use AI. Here, people like me who went through it manually, looked at Excel. When I told him proudly I'm working on the Excel files, he sniggered. He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He touched my wife's toes and all that, but it's true. He sniggered. So with AI, he did what took me a while, took a lot quicker, but he doesn't have the knowledge because he didn't work through the files line by line. AI doesn't have the knowledge either because AI doesn't have a brain, although it can do things pretty well. So I urge you to read the story. He has a website, and I would say of all the collations, he has done the best. And I include my own work on the districts. My work is not my work is not comprehensive because I only look at districts. He looked at them all. But you know, if you like graphs and facts and figures, then you look at Bana's book and you look at Googly's website. The website is sexy, it's got lovely graphs, color, you name it. But if you want understanding, then you have to listen to a historian or a linguist masquerading as one. So, where do I come in? Well, Joybrain had given us the CDs, and then Thiru at the documentation center told me he'll send me those files electronically anyway. And I said, sure, but I didn't really think I'd work on them because I know they're time consuming. And I was happy with Swan's random sum. But COVID struck in 2020. And I had just retired from teaching, so I don't get much of a salary anymore, but I get a stipend to carry on with the research, so I don't teach anymore. I occasionally help with supervisions, but voluntarily. So there was, COVID has hit, the lockdown, so I said, okay, no, if I don't see another tomorrow, but nevertheless I'm going to start for the Excel files, and my first love was the districts of origin, you will see why. So when I started, I said, if we survive, and if humankind survives, I give myself 2 years to do the work. So I thought I'd be finished in 2 years' time. Well, it's taken me 5 years of work, and just on one column, 5 years of work, okay? And I'm very pleased to share that with you today. So what I did was, so we'll talk about methodology and keep this slide. My methodology was fairly basic. I hired a young undergraduate student. I made sure she's of indenture background. Her family were from Maritzburg, living in Cape Town. They're not well off, and it was a Hindu priest from Chennai who came to me and said, you know, if you ever have some funds to help someone, it's worth helping this family. And I was quite impressed by that. Okay, so it's a good cross multi-faith story. And she learned a little bit about her history in this project, although it was pretty alien to a young student. So I got her to extract all the lines, their ship, and then I collated them ship by ship, and I worked out which districts they came from. But it's not as straightforward as it may sound because there are anomalies to be ironed out. There are various spellings. Sometimes instead of listing a district, people gave a state or a village and so on. So all of that was painstaking to work through. Now, credit to Bana and to Joybrain, they did some of that kind of checking for their incomplete surveys manually by looking at the Imperial Gazetteer of India, which wasn't online then because there was no internet. So they looked manually through these things. So my timing was quite good. A lot of the information is out there in the internet. I then decided to use decades as a rough kind of storage. So I have figures for each district from which people came on a 10-year basis, up to 1860 to 70 to 80 to 90, etc. It's slightly more complicated than that because there were some years in which there were no ships and so on, so I had to tweak my boundaries, but that's the basic line. And again, that sounds very easy, but I assure you it took time to collate things. And then when your data goes missing, you've got to start tracking it down. If you've missed one ship, and in fact my assistant did, no problem with that. Took me 2 days to work out which ship, and then took me 2 weeks to insert the information into my existing tables. All right, so You have to be a mathematician to enjoy these mistakes. Whenever there was a mistake, it was a challenge to get things to sort out. And although you don't need advanced mathematics, you've got to love figures and love engaging with them. So my background came in very handy. I forgot to say, and I hate to admit it, but I studied geography for 1 year at UW. And amongst the 4 teachers at first year was one J.C. Fraley, one of my 4 teachers. I cannot say that he was the best of the 4. But geography helped me a lot. And in fact, I think that's the other reason why I think I got into this project. So what you're going to find is lots of maps. You're going to see lots of maps. And I think this is a gap in our knowledge. Talking to people, I think we know quite a bit about indenture now, thanks to the historians in the audience and not in the audience. We know quite a bit about our lives here. We know quite a bit about our heritage and our Tamil, Telugu, Hindi, Urdu, Islamic backgrounds, etc. But there's a lot we don't know about our connections with India. Our connections with India are kind of tinged with nostalgia, and they are somewhat imaginary, not totally imagined by any means. But you know, what is the reality? What would the first generation indentured labor make of their hometown and places? That's what I want, and for that we need plenty of maps. This map I got off the internet. It's a map of modern India, and if you're interested in this, you really should, start looking at maps of India. I trust. Oh no, we can't do this, can we? I'm going to point out something. How do I do this?
Walk to the screen. You point on the screen.
All right. Okay. No problem. So we are interested in Tamil Nadu, Tamil, Andhra Pradesh, Telugu, Bihar, and Uttar Pradesh, you are in the possibly Bengal, Gujarat's out there, Maharashtra, Mumbai is out here, and the companies of Cape Town all live out here. The companies are a secret to the rest of South Africa, but I have a few words to say about them. Okay? So you need to orient to this map, and we're going to be seeing this map in different guises with different zooms and so on. So we think about, growing up in Durban, we think about the South Indian culture, and there's North Indian culture. Well, in India, although there is a broad distinction, it's not a dichotomy. So in India, it's not strictly north and south, but what about the center? Right? Central India matters too. And central India out there is Maharashtra, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, which means middle province, Odisha or Orissa, Hyderabad, not Hyderabad, sorry, Hyderabad is the south. So that central part is the missing middle for India. And our roots, I'm going to say, for everyone in South Africa of Indian ancestry, and not only for the indentured, is all of India. So let's try, what I'm going to be doing is show you what it was like in British times, and then I'm going to zoom into those provinces that I talked about and to show you what the background of indentured districts were. So we go on to the next slide, which is which I've got off the internet. It's not a great map actually, the Bengal presidency. When the British ruled, they ruled via presidencies, so they had the equivalent of a president of Bengal, of Madras, and of Bombay. And these are large areas. Okay? Madras presidency, Bengal presidency in red, and the Bombay presidency. Everything else in a different color is not presidency, but the subject. These were states with indirect rule. Kashmir, Punjab, Rajputana, northwest provinces, and now indirect rule in central India. So the next slide is, there was also in India at the time the princely states, and these are all in pretty pink. So next slide please. In pretty pink are the slides are the areas that were run by Maharajas and Nawabs and so on. They were really stooges for the British in a way, but they had a status of their own, etc. And the question is, how many of our people, our indentured workers, came from the princely states? They were also called estates at the time. Okay? And we can answer that question in due course. So, in yellow, there are the areas of direct British control, either the presidency or the state, like Punjab, Sindh, etc. And in pink are the princely Maharaja estates. Quite large, eh? Next slide. This is a slide that I've drawn myself, or rather with the aid of a student at UCT. So if people are interested in these, I have copyright and I would be willing to share after discussions. So these are the modern states of India. So the story is that in 1947, when India became independent, there was a redistribution of state boundaries and the creation of new states, and these were done largely on cultural lines, and they corresponded largely to linguistic lines. So Gujaratis got a Gujarat state, and Marathas got a Maharashtra state, and Andhras got a Andhra Pradesh, and Tamils got a Tamil Nadu. There had to be some bargaining at the borders, and in fact part of Tamil Nadu might have gone to Andhra Pradesh, and there might have been issues at the border, and the borderlands are famous for being bicultural, multicultural, and multilingual. Okay, so this is a map that we should all familiarize ourselves with, and hopefully you can pick up Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, etc. Now, I should perhaps talk about the ports as well. Now, we know that the main ports for North India were Calcutta, and for South India were Madras. But for the history of indenture, the history of indenture in Natal is one small part of the story. The story in Mauritius is possibly bigger. The story in Guyana is as big, and in Trinidad, Fiji, Suriname, and still other places like Reunion and so forth. And in fact, there were many ports. The other ports were Pondicherry, Mahe. Mahe is south of Bombay, just south of Goa there. Mahe, Pondicherry, Yanam in Andhra Pradesh, Yanam as well. So there are many ports, and in fact, there were 40,000 Tamils who went to the island of Guadeloupe in the Caribbean, and all 40,000 went via Pondicherry. They did not know what Madras was. And they're still proud and look up to Pondicherry as their place, even though they speak French today and are Catholics in Guadeloupe. Okay, and they have wonderful names, and I hope you'll allow me to say this with a smile. I met someone called Jean-Pierre Muthusamy. Next slide. Now, I'm going to be talking only about the districts of origin, but why aren't I talking about the villages, and why aren't I talking about the thanas, the sub parts of the city? Villages, 600,000 today in India. If you want to go mad, and there is someone in Guyana who wants to go mad and wants me to join him on a project on the villages, and I've been silent. If there were 600,000 villages in India today, then in 1860 there were more, because India included Pakistan and Bangladesh. All right? So, and the village names are so many, and you're going to get confused. For example, there are 32 villages in India today called Rampur. Nice name, Rampur, Ram City. Every village wants it, right? 32. How am I going to know where indentured worker 57,212, himself called Rampur, which Rampur did he come from? All right? So now, however, if you turn to the Cockneys of Cape Town, they love their villages. They can't get enough of their villages. Cockneys have been in this country for 140 years, and they still each family, even if their son and daughter haven't been to India, they know the village of origin. More than that, the Konkani custom is you can't marry anyone from your village in Cape Town, but you must look for a bride or groom from one of the neighboring 7 villages. And there's a name for those neighboring 7. And most young people know their South Pera. South Pera means one of 7 villages that you are permitted to find a husband or wife from in Cape Town, not in India. All right? And when they have cricket tournaments, they still name their teams after these things. And they take their names. Look at Murud out there, up at the top. It's a village called Murud. There's a Murudkar in Cape Town. Further down is a village called Harne, Harne. I know the Hanekers of Cape Town. They're rather well off. And further down there's a Karji, Karji, and I know the Karjikas of Cape Town. And here's the thing about place name, the Kar is like the Marathi Kar, you all know Tendulkar and Prabhakar and ex-Kar. Kar means your village or home, that's your place. And Kar is the Konkani way of saying Kar. Alright, so you know the Tendulkar's ancestors came from some village called Tendul long ago before they moved to Bandra in Mumbai. So I just wanted to say that, okay? And then the next slide is the Gujaratis who are not indentured, like the Konkani, with a few exceptions. We're coming to that. Now the Gujaratis don't know, in Cape Town, don't know their villages of origin, but they love their districts of origin. They know the districts. So much so that there are 2 big communities even in Durban, the Sura, or the Surtis. On the one side of the Bay of Kambat are the Surtis, in white there, Surat, and across the bay is Kathiawad. Gandhi came from Porbandar in Kathiawad. Many Gujaratis came from Rajkot, Jamnagar, etc. And there's an identity of being a Surti from one of the white districts. Although people didn't come from Surat, but a neighboring district, they're more than happy to be called a Surti, and they're not happy to be called a Kathiawadi. They all speak Gujarati of different kinds, and of course, this being South Africa, for 100 years, Surtis didn't marry Kathiawadis. Until UDW came into being, and there was mixing, and Surti girls started accepting Kathiawadi boys as well as Surti boys, but not so many Tamils and Telugus. Okay? So the district is important, and the region is important to Gujaratis. So what about our indentured background? All right. So let's now talk about the districts of origin. In the next slide, if you manage that. Next slide. And the next one. Yeah. So this is Bihar. Remember, this is northeast India. It's not quite Bengal. Now here's another story, another myth, that the majority of North Indians came from Calcutta. No. All of it came via Calcutta, and the grandparents and parents called themselves Calcuttias because a new identity of being a traveler, a migrant, was being in the port, and those ports are huge, and they have many depots. And those depots are now being studied by people like Sheldon and like Rich Maharaj. And I think there's a thrilling story to be told there. There are many depots, and the depots are for the different areas. One depot for Trinidad, one for Guyana, one for Natal, etc., etc. So, very few came from Bengal. Therefore, we start our story with Bihar slightly further in. So Bihar provided about 6,000 migrants in the whole period. And here is a map that is color-coded, so light colors for fewer people overall, and bright colors for lots of migrants from each district. So these are the districts of Bihar. Whoops. Hopefully come back. These are the districts of Bihar. You'll see that most of them are light blue, and the light blue means 1 to 500 only, which is not bad, 1 to 500 for the light blue. A darker shade of blue would be 500 to 1,000. That's Saran and Muzaffarpur. A lighter shade of green would be over 1,000, and a dark shade of green is over 2,000. So for Bihar, we have numbers from 1 till 3,000 in total, and the overall total for this state is 6,000. Okay. Now, there's a history in India as well. And now, what about the lighter ones? If you look at the lighter shades, at the bottom, the lighter shades, we can explain why there are light shades there. That's a forest area. Today, it's separate from Bihar. It's called Jharkhand. They waged their own freedom struggle there. The Maoists took over their own area, and it's now called Jharkhand, which means forest area. And the most famous person from Jharkhand is a person from Ranchi called Mahendra Singh Dhoni. And we know, because it's a light shade, we know that there were between 1 and 500 from Ranchi district, but I can tell you it was actually about 24 only. So the chances that someone in Durban shares a common ancestor with Mahendra Singh Dhoni is very slim, but not out of the question. Okay? Not out of the question. Let me tell you something else here. Note the Ganges flowing magnificently through Bihar. So those are the Gangetic plains. That is why the lower areas of the upper are the higher ground with forests. Right? So that's the fertile plain, lots of water and lots of flooding. Okay, good fertile soil, however, but also heavily populated. Patna is well known today, and Gaya, and so forth. In 1983, I just got married. My wife was doing archival work in Delhi, and I went off to Patna to study what the language was like and to meet people and so on. I stayed in a hotel in Patna for a week, not knowing that in fact my great-grandmother, with her young daughter aged 11 and a young son aged about 7, were originally from Patna. I did field work in the dark green spot called Shahbaz, and Shahbaz is also known as Chhapra, and also known as Bhojpur. In fact, today I think it's called Bhojpur. And Bhojpur was an ancient famous town, and the name of the dialect or language called Bhojpuri comes from here. And although Bhojpuri was not the only dialect or language that North Indians brought with them, it was a significant one. Okay, so that's an important area, Shahbaz, and I had quite an interesting time in my short fieldwork stint out there. So let's, for reasons of time, I did cross the Ganges by bus going from Chhapra to Ara further up north, and the bus ride cost me about 10 annas, that's about 3 South African cents, right? For a 2-hour journey, 3 cents, right? I went travel by bus. This is not an air-conditioned bus for the evening, right? So let's go to the next slide, which is further inland to the state called Uttar Pradesh. Uttar means northern, Pradesh means province. Uttar Pradesh provided the most of the Indians, North Indians to South Africa. I think it was 37,000 compared to 6,000 from Bihar. So if you're of North or Hindustani background, the chances are that your ancestors are better that they are from Uttar Pradesh rather than Bihar, but there's also a good chance that they are from Bihar. I do know families who've been to both provinces. So with Uttar Pradesh, what can we say? Can you see that the colors are getting darker? All right, the light purple means 3,000 to 5,000 for the whole period came out here, and the dark purple is 5,000 to 10,000. Now I'll read out those names. The darkest purple out there is Basti, the district. Second most is Gonda, third most is Azamgarh, fourth most in dark green is Ghazipur, fifth most in dark green is Gorakhpur, Badaich, Faizabad, Allahabad, which has now been renamed, something I don't really approve of too much, Raebareli, etc. And then to the west of this province are the lighter shades, and there are people again from between 1 to 1,000. But note that every district of UP, as it's called, provided migrants, and that the more easterly district provided by far the most. Now, if you go to study the ships lists of Mauritius, Guyana, etc., and no one has done a complete analysis except Bridgelal in Fiji, the late Bridgelal, but everyone has done reasonably good sampling. Here's the amazing thing. If you look at the top 10 districts for Natal, they're the same as for Fiji. I've studied that. They're the same as for Mauritius, not the same as for Mauritius, but for Trinidad, Guyana, etc. So these were the hotspots for recruiting in India. Basti, Gonda, Ghazipur, Gorakhpur, Azamgarh, these definitely denote areas denuded of young people. The instructions were people between 20 and 30 were the ideal candidates, and you see that in the ships. The ages, except for the little kids accompanying parents, are able-bodied persons between 20 and 40, the majority between 20 and 30. So we should be more familiar now with places like Basti, Gonda, etc. Although for South Africa they are not as numerous as from South India, as we'll see, from Madras and neighborhoods. But in world terms, there were more migrants from this part of India than from the south. The people from the south loved Natal. And they also were persuaded to go to Guadeloupe via Pondicherry, remember? And they were also persuaded to go to Reunion. In all other places, Trinidad, Mauritius, Fiji, Tamils and Telugus were a small minority of the Indian population. So what this means is, if you count from the districts, probably this is the areas that gave the most indentured workers to the world, period. And so those parts of UP need to be studied and acknowledged carefully. In fact, one of the centers for diaspora is here in one of the states, I forget now whether it's Allahabad or Lucknow. Speaking of Lucknow, that's a small district. Since we are multicultural today, it's not just an Indian story. I don't know if you know a famous person who was born in Lucknow. He's still alive, the singer Cliff Richard. Cliff Richard was born in Lucknow. Hindi was probably his first language, and I'm guessing that because he could speak English, but everyone knows, and he records it, that he spoke English with a strong Hindi accent. So Hindi must have been his first language. He was mocked when he went to study in England at the age of 7, and because his skin was dark from India, he was also abused by the class bullies. All right. That's an irrelevant story, but let's go on. We now come to 2 further districts. And now it is Telugu time, okay? Andhra Pradesh, to remind ourselves where is Andhra Pradesh, it's quite a long stretch along the coast. Andhra Pradesh, now I know why there are so many Telugu fishermen along the south coast of Natal, right? So, Telugu people came via Madras. Initially, many came from the southern states of Chittoor in light green, Kadapa as where it's pronounced, but more so Nellore. I know quite a few families from Durban, from Nellore. That's a thing. But it's overshadowed at the top by dark purple Visakhapatnam. Okay, Visakhapatnam is the district that gave us the most indentured workers amongst the Telugu speakers. You wouldn't guess that from previous surveys, not even from Swan, and certainly not from Bana, because they stopped too early. What happened was the planters in Natal couldn't get enough of the coolies. right? They wanted more and more, and India wanted to stop. So before they stopped the coolie trade, as it was called, people went on a frenzy to recruit, and Visakhapatnam, for some reason, was very popular. Okay, so in later years, it overtakes places like Nellore in the south. All these things have linguistic ramifications, which I am working on, but it's not a story for the faint-hearted. Okay, next slide. Hang on, let's see. Telugu, do I have anything else to say? Not for now. Right, let's get on then to the next slide, which tells you in all its majesty about the recruitment from different districts of Tamil Nadu. Very few light blues, eh? Only Tinnevelly in the south, including Kanyakumari. Light green, which is over 1,000. Dark green, over 2,000. Tanjore. Pretty pink, Salem, 3,000. North Arcot, 5,000. And then Madras. Okay, there's Madras, a city. Madras is a confusing place. It's a port, it's a city. For a while it was a sub-district, for a while it's a district. Now it's called Chennai. But you can see that the majority of people did not come from the district where Madras is. That district is called Chingalput. Chingalput had a lot of migrants, between 10 and 20,000. But look at South and North Arcot. North Arcot in blazing Liverpool red has 20 to 40,000 who came out here. North Arcot is pronounced North Arcot. Alright? That's how you say it, North Arcot. And it's not called that anymore. So you've got to keep track of many things in this research. It's now called lamely Ranipet. Alright? And Krishna Gubali also, as I say, has done a study, but he's matched them to the present day states. Why? Because he's an Indian, he's from India, and he's interested in the present states. Whereas I think the reality is what the states were, what the districts were, sorry, when people were leaving India. But North Arcot, imagine that the actual number is, from North Arcot, 33,000 people. And there was another related district called South Arcot, which also had, a purple number out there, okay, that was somewhere like close to 10,000. Now, so many came from North Arcot that it means that North Arcot presence and influence must be strong in our parts. I've documented that linguistically, and I won't give you the details, but let me put it to you another way. If somehow North Arcot got left out, somehow the recruiters were instructed by the government of the town, I don't want anyone from North Arcot. If no one came from North Arcot, then the number of people from Uttar Pradesh would have been equal to the number of people from Tamil Nadu. That's the big disparity. Okay? So I think I better wrap up in 5 minutes. Okay? I better wrap up. The next slide is the big four are, you now know, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. Those are the big four. They give us about 86% of the indentured immigrants. But, and here's the new stuff, people did come from states that were outside the big four. And I did a map that you won't find anywhere else, and that I'll be happy to make available to documentation centers like this here and others. At this time, however, the numbers are from districts that had fewer and don't count as the big four. But nevertheless, we want to know where did the others come from. So in this map, there are several white areas. The white areas are the big four that we finished with, so I didn't color them. There's a fifth white space out here next to West Bengal at the top, and that is Bangladesh. So this is a map of India, so Pakistan doesn't feature here, although I can tell you the number of Pakistanis was about 70, I think. Yeah, no, sorry, 85 from Pakistan, about 12 from Afghanistan, two from Goa. Only two people could be persuaded to leave the beaches of Goa and travel as indentured workers. Now, who are these two? Well, probably, it's a small little state there, so not many people to begin with, but this was Portuguese territory at the time, and so they had their allegiance to the Portuguese. Now, here's another story. Gujarat. There were indentured workers from Gujarat, 138. Right? Now the numbers are so small that I'm not giving you districts, that's not important enough, but for a whole state. Gujarat, 138. Maharashtra, 164, including about 20 Kokanese, but others were from, Pune area and places like that. Rajasthan, the desert, and this is new information, 1,164. If you go to Google's website, he gives it like 2,000, but he's wrong because his AI hasn't done the homework. They've mixed them up with districts from Uttar Pradesh with a similar name. Okay, so it's about 1,164 from Rajasthan. So we have ancestors from the desert. Yeah, too. We have ancestors from the same district from which the Taj Mahal came in Uttar Pradesh, that was Agra, but not many, not 40 or 50. Now, one place that deserves credit, and I think maybe I should think of winding up, is Kerala in the south. Kerala is very similar to Tamil culture, although don't tell the Malayalis that. And there were almost, 2,000, over 2,000 Malayalis who came, right? So there is a memory of Malayalis on the plantations. There are some records by lots of memoirs being written, and I hope you purchase some of the novels and memoirs out there. There are people who tell us stereotypes about Malayalis. They were, remember, the people who practice black magic. And there were explicit, that's a stereotype of course, and there were explicit instructions, I've seen that in Joy Brain's collection, to the recruiters from the Natal government and their representatives in Madras to say, do not hire Malayalis, Mohammedans, or fakirs. They're too smart, they won't work. Or they disappear as the fakirs might. Okay. Nevertheless, over 2,000 people from Kerala were here. And to me that's interesting. Orissa, 1,000 or so. Bengal, not many, but still Bengal is about 500 or so. Okay? So our roots are mainly the big four, but the rest of India cannot be ignored. Even the mountain territories, up in Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, where you have to have an elephant practically to go home and travel. Uttarakhand means northern province, meaning mountainous province in this case. People from Meghalaya, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, mountainous territory where the people have closer affinities to Nepal, to China, and so forth. Okay? So the story is people actually came from everywhere. I think for reasons of time, I won't summarize except to say that I hope that my 5-year journey and hard work has been worthwhile, and that AI can't quite tell you the stories, even if it might give you the figures, but AI, like all computer mistakes, can be phenomenal. Lots of people to thank out here, the 1860 Heritage Centre and Selvan for encouragement, Thiru at the UKZN Literary Centre, several historians who are all here, and my wife, I'm going to mention her, and my research assistants at UCT. And so here is my slide to say thank you to the audience. Any questions?
We can certainly have a round of applause. Open the everyone again. My name is Kiru Naidu. Welcome on behalf of the 1860 Heritage Center to this phenomenal lecture in commemorating 165 years of indenture to South Africa. What Professor tells us and what we need to understand, it's been 38 years since the ship's study that was done by Surendra Bhan. So it's taken 38 years for Rajan Mestri, thankful for COVID, for allowing him time to reanalyze the ship's list. So I think that's phenomenal work that we're now looking at it 38 years ago. I must apologize for the flickering of the slideshow. It's that port on the left-hand side. So as much as AI diminishes us from getting accurate research, so too does technology. So my apologies for that flickering that you saw. But I'd like to turn to the audience for questions. Notice my next presenter is standing next to us, so he's ready for the memorial lecture. But we have enough time for questions and answers. So if there's any questions related to this particular research that you speak with us, yes, please do keep your questions short and precise. Refrain from comments.
When did the first Indian enter the Transvaal, a Dutch colony at that time?
Outside my area of interest, but it was in the 1870s there was a presence, significant presence, and they called themselves British Indians, and there were quite a few Tamil people among them, and I think Bala I think has written a book on the British Indians of Transvaal of the 1870s onwards. But as I say, with Davaram, number one, the guy whose indentured was number one. How many of you would like to have that as your car plate number, right? Indentured number one, Davaram. He pushed out to the diamond fields of Kimberley within 2 years, okay? Because things are more lucrative there, and there wasn't forced labor that was out here. But he would have had to get permission, and he would have to buy out his contract. Okay, we don't have to pay to get there. But the British Indians had different terms of employment in the Transvaal.
Don't roll or rush out at once. I'm sure there must be some questions.
A couple of hands out there.
Thank you so much for the phenomenal research and the presentation. I'll be keen to understand when our ancestors made a decision whether to go back or to remain in South Africa. What would have been guided their decision to go, return to India, and then to remain in South Africa? Thank you so much.
Yeah, good question. So,
We take another question.
okay. There was back there, I think.
Thank you very much for the informative lecture. We know of a biography of an Indian writer, Swami Bhavani Dayal, who also has a very interesting story to say about the indenture history of South Africa. But how accurate is that? Or because there's a lot of, to look at that, the travel pattern from India to South Africa, India, before time at that time, which is done so. But is it a credible record of what happened in South Africa at the time?
Okay, so the first question is indeed this repatriation, the voluntary or forced return of migrants is a story that has been written about, but not enough. I have looked at the registers of returnees and I'm absolutely astounded about how many people return to India. When my wife, Uma, first told me she thinks like 40,000, I said, no ways. My husband's allowed to disagree with historians. And I said, that can't be true. But I've now looked at the registers and I'm shocked. It must be right. And the reasons are, firstly, in the beginning, people served their contract and they had their option of either re-indenting, earning more money for another 5 years. Many took that option. The second option was to, once you finish that second term, you got a free plot of land, and many of our ancestors here took up that option. And all of it was to go back to India, all right? And you would get a paid passage. So the paid passage back to India meant that for reasons of wanting to reconnect with family, etc., many people left initially. But then, once the plantations of Natal were set up, from the coast all the way to the uplands, and the mines were running, of course, Zulu workers were involved, although not as much as subsequently, because Zulu culture was more self-sufficient in the 19th century than in the 20th century because of political reasons. Also, lots of Amatonga workers from Mozambique were working in Natal. So once the colony was flourishing, they said, hey, thank you, we have an Indian problem here, there are too many Indians, we've got to send them back. But the contracts were such that they were entitled to a plot of land if they worked for 2 terms of indenture. And so, what the contracts didn't say was, well, the government of Natal then imposed a huge tax. It might have been like, I can't remember now, it might have been like £10, which would have been 6 months of your earnings. If you don't pay tax to the government, if you want to stay here, then you must go back. So many couldn't afford that tax of 6 months' salary, and they went back. So I'm now starting to believe that the numbers were as large as people like Bana and Uma, my wife, has said, but I would like, maybe with Gulam's help and others, to look into the story much more. Okay, so that's my answer to the first question. The second question, Bhavani Dayal, great scholar of Hindi, great promoter of Hindi, famously walked out of a meeting in Kimberley because people wanted to promote English amongst Indians alone, and he wanted to do both Tamil, Hindi, etc., plus English. He walked out. He was an activist, definitely an activist, and I would trust him because he's contemporary account from there. He was witnessing an eyewitness account of many things. But as we all know, we don't trust everything that political activists or politicians say. There's a lot of truth in most of it, but we are historians and academics. We reserve the right to read critically. But there's no doubt that Bhavani Dayal was a great figure.
I missed the significance of the document you're passing around, which became a bit late. It looks like the ship manifest. So does the name Bhima have any particular significance to you, firstly?
Sorry, you have to repeat what you just said?
Did you hear the first part?
Yeah.
Okay, does the name Bhima have any...
Jiwala.
Bhima. B-H-I...
Spell?
B for Betty, H-I-M-M-A.
Bhima.
Yeah. All right. Good.
One question.
I think we'll reserve that for some other time because that name is not the district of origin. Okay. I could talk about names. It will give me another few lectures for that, but not about the indenture. I haven't studied the indenture names except to remark how very different they are. And by the way, the Givalas do exist in Cape Town. They are lawyers and sellers of tea.
Okay, can you tell us how maybe some of the people came from South America to Germany, South Africa, Mauritius, etc.? Why there was this churning of people sort of around?
Mauritius, Durban, and Cape Town, did you say? Look, this is the main indentured story, but because the British were then in charge of Mauritius, having taken over from the French, taken over as a euphemism, and the answer is that Mauritius started indentured labor and setting up plantations 30 years before Natal. So they were the professionals. So the first planters were from Mauritius, Morwood Road in Clare State, where once lived, had Mauritius connections. And they bought both coolies and Creoles from Mauritius. and they worked here. They also worked in the railway line. So the Durban railways were set up by coolies and Creoles from Mauritius, not entirely, but there were others, and then later indentured workers also. My own father's father, I only discovered that this year in the Maritzburg archives, worked as an indentured labour for the Natal Government Railway, and he was smart enough, he re-indented for second period, and he got his plot of land. So there are connections with Mauritius for sure. And then some people heard of Natal as a promising place, and if they went back from Mauritius to India, and then they tried to re-indent and go to the depot for Natal. Cape Town was a separate colony then, of course, and so you didn't have to stop in Durban. You could go straight to Cape Town, although probably stop for rest, etc. So the Cockneys went directly to Cape Town from Mumbai, okay, and so on. We can talk about it later about the further aspects of your question.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. I'm from Pietermaritzburg, so I'd like to meet Neville.
He's here. Neville is here.
Before he leaves, Neville Chunwa.
Yeah.
Did I hear you correctly when you said that the South Indians were not in the majority? I think you said that the North Indians the numbers were much higher. That's correct?
No. I'll just play a hypothetical game. If nobody came from North Arcot, then those numbers would have been even. But not a political statement or anything. I'm trying to get a feel for the numbers. There's no question but that 46% of the indentured workers came from Tamil-speaking parts, 46. 16% add to that were from Telugu-speaking parts, and about 1/3 came from North India and surrounding areas, okay? And those figures are turned the other way around in almost every other colony except Guadeloupe and Reunion, okay? So it's a composite story that I'm interested in.
Rajan, according to Joy Bray, there were only 51 plots ever given out to those who had applied, and that was around about 1882. I subsequently discovered another 3 in about 1889 in the sort of Port Shepstone area. But the real interest in my question is in this age of gender studies in which we live, I don't think you've mentioned anything about the terrible disparity in the sexes of the indenture. I think initially only 25% for women, and I think subsequently maybe up to 1/3.
And then Mother Nature takes over. So the story is, it's always hard to find indentured women to travel. Kiru has some interesting stories for another day. And like I said, my great-great-grandmother traveled as a mother. We don't know what happened to her husband. Did they find? Did he die? Probably died. Tough times in Patna, and she traveled. The 11-year-old daughter and the 8-year-old son. Firstly, to respond to your question there, I am a little surprised that there are only 71 plots given out. I would like, maybe Gulam can come in here. If that is correct, I would like to look at it. I mean, it doesn't sound radically wrong, but I'm just a little surprised. And I think it's worth looking at. And I'm also now, since you raised gender, I'm more interested in what was the incentive for women, indentured women. I can't think that they got lots of land, so I'm really kind of intrigued here. So that's worth asking questions about. And then difficulties getting women to travel, but there was a minimum requirement set in place after the experiences in Mauritius, etc., that there must be 1/3 must be women. Initially, it wasn't met, like a quarter, but then it seems to grow. But remember, I haven't analyzed the list for gender. That should be quite easy, okay? Now, just one column, age is automatic, even AI can do it, all right? So that indeed can be done for gender. But the plots of land thing would be interesting. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
You never touched on any of the passenger engines. I don't know if you did any studies on that. And
if I live long enough.
And I assume that the came in the same source as
No. Passengers are called passengers because they had to pay their passage. They weren't brought by the British. They were ordinary passengers of the empire, allowed to travel, provided you could pay for it anywhere in the British Empire. So they came on normal ships, not for indention, where white people travel, etc. So their records are different. Can be done. Ghulam has tracked down. So it's not. You're not going to get a ship list of passengers. It's a different scenario. But it's definitely worth studying. And Uma has tracked down oodles of information on the Kokanese. But she's not interested in quantitative stuff. Uma's not a mathematician. Good for her. So. Ghulam, I think if we live long enough and have good enough researchers in the future, that's definitely worth studying. But we know quite a bit. Again, Bana and Brain brought out a book called Setting Down Routes in the 1990s. So that tells the story of indentured and passenger engines, but with a slight emphasis on passenger engines. So look at Setting Down Routes by Bana and Brain. And I will be less critical of that work than of Bana's analysis of the districts of origin. They were important, they were foundational, but there were problems with the computer analysis. And the computer analysis, we must admit, were very, very rudimentary in the 1980s. So we are lucky.
Thank you so much. On that note, we'll end this lecture, but I promise in comment to having Professor Mestre here. We know that both, got to end, unfortunately, because we've got the lecture. We'll do that question as we later on, or maybe at a personal interaction. We know that both wife and husband are more busier in their retirement, and that's certainly going to translate in a lot more conversations. I'm really interested in a long conversation that I had with him on the language of Kapsa and that influence on Indian, or the Indian language influence on that particular dialect, particularly in the Cape. So we'll certainly be bringing Professor Mestre here on many more occasions. And with that, a round of applause.
Thank you.
Before I introduce our next speaker, I must point out that in 2017, the 1860 Heritage Centre was reborn after being moved from the Durban Cultural and Documentation Centre to what is now called the 1860 Heritage Centre. That began and it was relaunched as the 1860 Heritage Centre in 2017. A year later, we then began with the 1860 Memorial Lecture, but it was in tribute to Professor Joy Brain. And the reason it was in tribute to Professor Joy Brain was that I met with her personally, and she handed over quite a lot of documents to us. I met with her in our home in Kloof. She handed over to us a file and a whole host of documents, which is why the 1860 Heritage Centre exists, because a lot of the archival material, photographs, were removed from the 1860 Heritage Centre, so we had to start anew. And a lot of the research, which the challenge that Professor Surendra Bana puts out in his short study that I referred to in 1987, was that there's 57 linear meters of archival material that still lies in wait of research output. And we're thankful that 38 years later, that we now have new research in terms of that with Professor Rajanis. But to get back to the Memorial Lectures, in 2017, we launched as the 1860 Heritage Centre. 2018, we had our inaugural lecture, and that was delivered by Professor Uma Mestre. The following year, it was delivered by Dr. Betty Govindan. And then COVID hit. We had running personnel, and there were a few delays. We then had Professor Ashutosh Kumar delivered the third memorial lecture, and then subsequent to that, which was last year, was Professor Vinay Lal that had got in. So to catch up on those years lost, We had a 2-in-1 session this year with Professor Mesri and now with Ashwin Desai. It's about to deliver his memorial lecture. It's very interesting when you download CVs, Ashwin, but this is what popped up when I downloaded you and I hate to turn to AI, but Ashwin Desai, as a way of introduction, Ashwin Desai is a public intellectual and a political activist whose oppositional stance is evident in his willingness to ask embarrassing questions and in his quest to confront orthodoxy and dogma, as well as his spirit of opposition rather than accommodation, and all on the behalf of the unrepresented and disadvantaged groups. So this center is one of those centers that we ask you to appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I must say, I'm thinking a lot about my mother for the simple reason I had a cup of tea and then I was thinking whether to go to the toilet or not. And then Jane's lecture was so interesting. And I remember as yesterday, so it would have been 58 years ago, and I come back from university to Durban, and I brought my girlfriend. My mother wanted to put her, to show what a wonderful son I was, and she said to my girlfriend at the time, she said, Ashwin, one thing, this boy had no problems growing up. Even when he was 3 years old, he was so desperate. When he wanted to pee, he would jump off the bed, pee on the floor, and jump back on the bed. And it was so embarrassing, but she thought, she was, so thank you so much for coming out in your numbers. And if I do run out for a minute, it's not because of anything, it's just I need to pee and come back. Firstly, just to pay homage to Joy Brain and Surendra Bhatt. Tangisa Wachen and Ghulam Bhai wrote an article that I was just recently privileged to read. And the sheer work that they did, the sacrifices that they made, and the commitment to bring this research to life so we can analyze, critique, and grow with it. Let me read you a snippet of what that article by Wachen and Bai says. The archival transformation of the list from paper to film was a homespun process, a cottage industry production executed by members of the Brain family. Joy Brain intended to reproduce the list with help from her husband, a medical doctor, who was also a keen semi-professional photographer. They found that they could use a microfilm camera because they were too large to get into and use in storage. They also felt the quality was poor. While Brain pondered over a solution, help came in the shape of a son, Richard, also a professional photographer based in Natal. After much experimentation with Father Peter's vintage lighter cameras, Richard eventually settled on the focus range and copied the entire shipping list using 3 lighter cameras, one of which eventually collapsed under the strain. The 5-foot lengths of 35mm document film were developed by Peter and Richard in Peter's darkroom in a cellar of the Brain school. The documents were stored as photographic images. According to Brain, the list was then spliced together, sometimes in the wrong order, by a commercial film studio. The end result was not professional as it would have been if a microfilm camera had been used. This was an enormous undertaking. She would have gone to professional, she recalled, but given the sheer volume of photographs, the cost would have been too much. So the family team did the best they could under the circumstances. That was the labor of love. Of course, she was then joined by Surendra Bhatt. But I expect for many of us who teach, the legacy of people who are lecturers is their students. And so 2 of those students have gone on to do incredible work. One of them, of course, is Umadu Periamus. And over the last couple of years, I started to read is the archetypical qualitative research. And if anybody is interested in seeing how Uma, through her research, starts to challenge existing research, then you will read many of those articles. Because she studied there were 7,994 passenger units that went to it. And she studied many of them. And what you will find in the study is that these passenger Indians, by Maureen Swan, was equated to the merchant class. But many of these passengers struggled to make a living as tailors, working in shops, often trying to get back to India, fighting a rear-guard battle for their slaves. And of course, the other student was Ghulam Bai, who in many ways has transformed our understanding of the past because it doesn't exist. And so we pay homage to these two people because it is a clear indication of the lovely friends that with so many people, including Einstein, they stood on the shoulders of giants to see further. And often when we get taught by wonderful people, part of our legacy is to challenge their research and even to find holes in them or extend their research. And so when Ghulam and I were asked to write a book by Jonathan Ball on 165 years of history in 80,000 words, it becomes a challenge. Because there's so much there. How do you tell a story by using a metaphor, using a small snippet to tell a bigger story? And how do you start firstly with slavery? And one of the wonderful things when you read the book is Angela of Burma. Angela of Burma, Bengal, came in 1657. She was a slave of Jan van Riebeeck. Her daughter, she gets her freedom. Her daughter marries Olaf van der Berg. Olaf van der Berg buys the house of Simon van der Steen, Fort Constantia. And so you're able to see a tracing and linkages and interrelationships and entanglements of them. So we came fast forward into indenture. We wanted to tell stories about how people reconstituted themselves. And you will read in the book, we took one example, and that's of Munyan and his wife arrived in 1892. They leave behind their daughter of 2 years old, Ayama, and arrive there. After 10 years of indenture, they are missing their daughter, and they want it back. And you're able to trace the story because they write letters to Parry and Cumber in Durban to say, can we bring our daughter? And the response of the authorities, she can come, but she would need to spend 5 years in indenture. Now, they wouldn't want their daughter, who's 12 years old, to come as indentured. And you follow these letters up and down, and eventually they find the money, they're living in Dusseldorf, they find the money, and they pay for the passage of Ayama to come to Berlin. But Munyan's wife is so distraught that she can't go to the court, because she thinks, what if the daughter doesn't arrive? But the daughter does arrive, and then you lose track in the archives. But what we do know is that mother would have smiled for the first time in Dusseldorf that night. And so we try to use that as a metaphor to tell a bigger story. And there's so many stories of these reconnections. We are grateful also in our research that Hilda Cooper had the foresight and the insight to interview surviving indentured laborers in that. And one of the most poignant stories that Ghulam and I tried to stitch together was a story of Mason. Mason arrives, works as a laundryman near Arlington Hospital. He's here for 45 years. He marries, he has children, but he has left a wife behind. He fights in the First World War, Second World War, and on the cusp of the National Party coming to power, he decides to go back to India. He goes back to his village, his wife is dead, his daughter doesn't recognize him. And so he comes back to South Africa and meets her life here. And so these are, the statistics are one thing, the stories are another thing to bring together and try to make people go with it. But the challenge for us then is how do we begin to tell the stories and grow ourselves that doesn't reinforce colonial and apartheid history, that we ghettoize our history? How do we break open this box so that we don't think our histories as exceptional to other groupings in South Africa and bring them together? And one of the ways in which we can begin to think about these things is to take a year in our history and then to build a story out of that year. And for me, one of the most seminal years to take in the early period of the modernizing of South Africa is 1913. Why 1913? Because in 1913, the people who held power in South Africa were Louis Botha and Jan Smuts. But Jan Smuts was the real power wielder. It was barely 10 years after they had signed the Treaty of Fredericton. And Jan Smuts and the Boers had been defeated. But Jan Smuts had set himself a task to bring back the Boer republics into a unionist South Africa. To many people, this would have sounded like a fool's errand, because empire was at its might. Mining capital had basically defeated the Afrikaners. But in 1910, the Union of South Africa was born. But that union was based on the exclusion of all those people who were deemed to be non-white. And so Smuts is trying to re-engineer a new nation of Boer and Brits who are at each other's throats. And so he has a party called the South African Party, which brings people together who had fought each other. But then in 1913, there's a strike by white mine workers. And so Smuts is faced in 1913 with an incredible challenge. He doesn't have a standing army. And these are the most militant workers you could imagine, who are armed, led by Cornish miners who had fought incredible struggles prior to coming to South Africa. The slogan being, white workers of the world, unite for a white South Africa. And they go to negotiate, they are cornered outside the Rand Club, and they have to sign a deal with the miners. And Smuts is humiliated at that time. The strike disappears. At the same time, a new strike emerges. And that is the first time, and probably the last time, that Indians were united as they ever were, the 1930s. Because as Rajan alluded to and talked about, the £3 tax had started to have an incredible effect on the Indians. In fact, for a long time, and Ghulam's wonderful work in his PhD was that indentured laborers, after they finished the indenture, left and got a plot of land. So in 1884, for example, there were 8,951 indentured Indians in Natal, but 20,877 free. The Rai Commission noted an Indian drawing the first breath of freedom after 5 years of indentured service will in almost every instance prove unwilling to re-indenture. His fellow countrymen will tell him with truth that he can obtain higher remuneration in various occupations. They will direct his attention to domestic service with wages treble those of indentured life, to the profits obtainable by the cultivation of a small tract of land. Thus, the stream of Indian influence will be steadily maintained, and an increasing number of free Indians will settle in the land. Ghulam raises Ramsam, a farmer from Kejumana, explain why Indians took to farming. Speaking to myself, he says, I have no capital, nor I have trade. The Oho and I have been friends for the last 5 years. I have strength. If I put Trip by my side, I will make one strong effort and see if I cannot succeed. But what the Rai Commission and the people who gave evidence didn't anticipate was how the £3 tax would force people to keep re-indenture. There were other things that were starting to animate people, and that is the idea that if you're Hindu or Muslim, your marriages weren't recognized. On your certificate would be written heathen. And so this confluence of factors around marriage, around the £3 tax, means that workers arise. And what you all know as the 1913 strike then becomes people from the coal mines of Newcastle, the merchants of the Transvaal, and the plantation workers who march off the plantations in their thousands. Another contribution. 1913 is also the year in which the Native Land Act is promulgated. The Native Land Act takes 80% of the people and wants to put them in 30% of the land. The year before, the South African Native National Congress had formed. Saul Pike, General Secretary, writes this brilliant book in 1960. His opening lines are, overnight, the natives have been turned into pariahs in their own land. One more contradiction is that Afrikanerdom starts to split because people start to see Jan Smuts, who took up a gun against empire, as their henchman of empire. He is selling out the Afrikaners. And then when the British asked the Union government to take over Southwest Africa from the Germans, the core people he marched with turned against him. Herzog, a general that is fated by the Afrikaners, splits. At the end of 1913, one of the generals, Delaware, leaves with the word adieu, and the Afrikaner National Party is formed in January. And so these contradictions, these condensation of struggles, these crises come to bear in the 1913. And we need to begin to tell our stories that integrate these things, show their separations, but bring them together in the making of South Africa. That doesn't mean you don't tell the story. And one of the ways in which we want to tell that story in a big way is that there's a gunfight. One person with a gun, one without a gun in many ways. That is between Smuts and Gandhi. And there's a whole chapter in our book, because these are two people at one level almost the same. Both went to England, both studied law, both believed in empire, rights inside of empire, both believed in Queen Victoria's proclamation of 1858 that if you're part of empire, you are equal. But there was a difference. Smuts gave up law to take up a gun, and he was prepared to come to power in the barrel of the gun. Smuts was a person who was prepared to use a gun against the people who marched in 1913. In fact, in 1913, Joby Fourie was somebody who marched with him, fought with him in the Boer War, but had taken up arms when they wanted to enter Southwest Africa. And people pleaded for his life when he was sentenced to death. But Smuts insisted that he would hang by the neck. Smuts believed in revenge. In fact, when the 1913 white mine workers struck again at the end of that year, he put 9 of the strike leaders, took them out of prison, put them on a ship, sent them back to England, and passed a law after that legitimizing his actions. So that's the kind of man Smuts was. And on the other side, he was facing a man who was developing in 1908, Satyagraha. A man who believed you didn't need weapons. To take up a weapon and to shoot a gun was to lose your own principles and to stay in the struggle that you were involved. And so the contest in 1908 was bitter. It was hectic because it was about the fingerprint. They were protesting the fact that people shouldn't have fingerprints, and Gandhi and Smuts were at war. Smuts did not know how to handle Gandhi. When Gandhi was sentenced to prison, he asked for the harshest sentence. When he was going to be freed, he refused to be freed. And so there was a contestation. But there was one thing that African people didn't have as power, and that was India. And what was starting to happen in India is the South African struggle was stretching back into India. And remember, and that is why history is not about fact after fact. Messages are going because the forms of communication had changed in the late 19th century. Undersea cables, the telegraph, was making information and communication instant. And so the British Empire were telling Smuts, we can't allow you for Gandhi to do these things because it's going to reverberate into the Indian liberation struggle. In 1908, like Mandela in many ways, Gandhi was taken out of a prison in Johannesburg under armed guard, taken to meet Smuts. And a treaty was hammered out, which then Gandhi said that Smuts had remained him. So the contest on the high veld was an incredible contest, but there was something more happening because Gandhi was starting to experiment with ways in which he could struggle as much as Smuts was starting to experiment in the way he could deal with dissent. And so part of the book is to tell that story and to say that in 1914, when Gandhi leaves after the strike and the deal that was made, Smuts ends with these incredible words. The saint has left our shores, may he never return. And so, in telling these histories, in using 1913 as a point in history, how we can talk about a white mine worker strike, the split in Afrikanerdom, the rise of the African National Congress, an African nationalist struggle, and bring that all to bear in telling a history that is not an Indian history, but is history and once of empire and the building of the new South Africa. Why do these things become important to tell? The human aspect of the story, but the broader implications. Because we then get caught only in figures and in numbers and in statistics. And so, part of the arc of that book, and that's why we call it belonging, is to want to tell the story of people who then leave the plantation, build a home in the city. Remember how many times they've been removed in their lives from the village of origin, from the depot, making friends on the ship, coming onto the plantation, moving to the urban area. And then the biggest trauma of recent times, the Group Earnings Act. How do you tell the story of the Group Earnings Act? How do you come to understand it? How do you look at the broader social forces, the number of people that were moved and keep the person? And if ever there was a story that many of us, like I'm 66, were brought up when we were 6 and 7 and 10 years old, was Papua Sweden. Why Papua Sweden? For those of us who don't know. Because unlike cricket or soccer, Papua becomes famous for a one-on-one battle. What is this battle? He's a caddy. He's living in Riverside. He goes to the Durban Country Club to caddy for white people. He caddies for a man who was the Graham Wolf, who originated Oil of the Wind. Graham Wolf sees this man and knows this man can't play on this course, but knows it better than Graham Wolf. He's a better golfer. Puts his plane at the service of Papua. Flies in to England and then to the Netherlands. 1959, the year I was born. Papua wins the Dutch Open. It wasn't a one-off, returns and wins it. And then in 1963, apartheid hadn't become totally a ward of society. And so in 1963, Papua is allowed to enter the Natal Open. Many people don't give him a chance. He's a portly figure. He doesn't believe in really running about. But first round, 73. Second round, 70. Kobe Lakramshu is in the lead. He's 2 shots behind. The other 2 golfers that were there, Dennis Hutchinson and Bobby Ferrer, Gary Player's brother. Papua is making a charge. Caddies are flocking from all over Prospect Hall and Riverside to the club. On the 15th hole, he lands in a bunker. All is lost. But as Selwyn and other people have written, Papua takes out his sandblaster. And what is a miracle shot to other people is a normal shot for Papua. Because on the sea sand of Blue Lagoon was where Papua was forced to practice. So what is adversity for other people is normality for Papua. He places the ball just over the limb. The rest is history. He wins the tournament. He gets the prize in the day. You know the story. 1965 is now up against arguably the #1 golfer in the world, or #2, Gary Player. No chance once again. But somehow, once again, Papua leads a charge. Hundreds of caddies are there on the last day. After 3 days, it comes to the last day. Once again, he lands in the bush. Once again, he managed to get out of it. It comes down to the last hole. Papua is in a 2-shot lead, but somehow he misses. And Gary Player had putted they were in the playoff. And many people feel, given the athleticism and physical prowess of Gary Player, they were in the playoff. But Gary Player misses. And Papua wins the tournament that changed the world for many of us, our fathers and mothers. Because by then, there was a lack of confidence. Indians had become citizens in 1961. But every household across Durban faced the idea that if we moved again, they would be uprooted. The liberation movements had been smashed. Mandela was in prison. Many of the leaders were in exile. The Natal Indian Congress wasn't banned, but people found it difficult to meet. People like Monty Macker were banned, Ismail Mee banned. And here was a confidence boost, because Papua wasn't just winning a game, he was winning a community. Graham Wolf wrote, he's been to every golf course in the world, but this is the greatest game of golf in 1965. What has this got to do with the global? Because what Papua lived on the edge of the Durban Country Club like other caddies, they were involved and immersed in golf. The Group Areas Act came to their side. And ironically, Graham Wolf wanted to build a house for Papua and Riverside, a better house, but he was happy in his shack. White men came, assessed the house, and Papua knew he had to move. The family then is forced to go to Chatsworth. What happens? He can't play golf. There are no golf courses. It's a barren township. His life goes into rack and ruin. And Papua is not allowed then to play in a tournament where there are whites because he had won. And therefore, he had to play around with his friends. And his life, he died in many ways in poverty. And so, the Group Areas Act broke somebody at the prime of his career, whereas Gary Player goes on to play on the international scene. So we tried to tell the story of what the Group Areas Act meant, as much for the individual, but for the board system, the community, but how we still rely on those stories to give us a sense of something. Why did I say 1913 then in the writing of history? Because often when we read manuscripts, we describe things as if it's one fact or another, or de-linked from its contextualization. The great event in Durban and in South African history is 1973. 1973 is known as the Durban moment. It's the big workers' strike. How do you write about that? How do you understand these subjectivities as played if you are a historian? In 1913, the African working class was restricted mainly to the mines. But by 1973, if you look at the photographs of the 1973 strike, we had an African industrial working class, which is powerful, which is starting to form trade unions. But at the same time, it is a decade after the smashing of the liberation. New subjectivities are coming to play. 1968, 69, 70, black consciousness. Stephen Bantu Biko learns his politics on the street of Durban. It's a time of the Srini Murlis and Sas Coopers and Asha Rambalis of that time. And so there's a reawakening of people. Indians are starting to rethink their identities. All organizations that can tell Indian Congress are resurrected. And so if you think about the 1970s and begin to write history, you can't just write, this is the revival of the National Indian Congress. It revives itself in particular contexts and a particular time. And we need to understand these changing subjectivities. The African working class is weak in 1913. It is much stronger in 1970. The National Indian Congress re-emerges in a completely new form, but finds it difficult to find its feet because its traditional areas in which it found strength have been decimated by the Group Areas Act, like Clarewood, like the centre of town. And so they never really are able to regroup in substantive forms in Chatsworth and Phoenix. But through the civics and the Phoenix Working Committee later, they rebuild themselves. And so you see, but what is the power of the National Indian Congress? It is able to legitimize the Freedom Charter. It is able to put chargeless and Congress politics into the public domain. And so, while the ANC might have been illegal, it begins to revoke and evoke and create new memories of the Congress. And so, history writing at one level is about statistics, it's about numbers, and it is remarkable how many people who left to India, forget how many went back, but how many were coming back. So in 1893, 311 come back. And part of tracing these things is that the indentured were setting up bits of land for themselves, even if it's not formal. Setting up while they were working the indentured, went back home and came. And so history starts to teach us that our initial understandings might not be the right understandings. Secondly, when we look at the numbers that Jen so meticulously put up, one wonders what was going on in India that was impelling certain areas to immigrate. And part of that must be that the British system was overturning social relations in India, new tax systems, the Zamindar were coming to the fore. The British were inculcating a new stratum of privilege that were taxing the peasants. And as Mike Davis shows in this brilliant book called Victorian Holocaust, the railways, they keep saying colonials were good because they brought the railways, but with the railways brought famine. And so, because they were able to then extract the surplus and the grains of India and the textiles and move them faster to the core of empire. And so often, where famine struck at its heart, people were put on. And so if you look at what Hilda Cooper is saying, many of those who came as indentured came because of economic circumstances. One of the reasons we write, we use the title belonging, is that no other racial group had to fight a rear-guard battle to become South African in the way Indians had to, because you can't repatriate Africans, you can't repatriate colours. But the constant spectre through the 20th century was this idea that Indians needed to be repatriated. And so even in 1932, a commission was set up and they looked for islands in which you could accept. One of them was Borneo, a country that was thought about was Brazil. And then in 1948, the election manifesto of the National Party was that all Indians need to be repatriated. So we've had to face a constant battle to belong, to be seen as African. And the metaphor for this, of this, is one photograph that settles our mind, Ghulam and I. And it's a family, 2 sons and a daughter and a father staring at it. And it's the Munigado family. We keep coming back to this. The Munigado family, his wife died, and he decided to take an assisted immigration scheme back in the early 1950s. But when they got to India, they realized there were foreigners in the land in India, and they wanted to come back. But one of the rules of the system is once you took that opportunity, you couldn't come back. And so they keep writing letters to the British, and they keep getting refusals. They eventually decide to make their own way, and they arrive in Dar es Salaam. They walk across Africa, and they get captured in Mkuze in northern KwaZulu-Natal. And a photograph is taken of them, staring at the camera. They are brought to Durban, and first Munigado is sent back, leaving his family. Then the 2 sons are sent back, but the daughter marries a South African, and she's able to remain. And if this is not a metaphor, a sense of the struggle to make a home in Africa, then what is? And these stories are told through history. But historians also can't be nostalgic for the past. What does the past mean for us? It must be a catapult for the present. How do we think of the present? How do we strategize and have tactics about things in the present? South Africa is in 2025. We have a government of national unity. We have different impulses that are prevailing across society. We have many ways a return to tribalism. We have a return to identity politics, like the Patriotic Alliance. We have political parties that will say, get rid of the Constitution and replace it with a house of traditional leaders. And so you can't just say, I know about Munigado, I know about Gandhi, I know about the past struggles. You have to participate in the present. And if you think the present is bad, think about the indentured on a plantation, not knowing each other. Think about the 3 spines that they were involved in. 3 triple S's. I call it, not the Datsun that we made popular and we all loved. Spirituality is key. This idea of schooling, key, and a sense of the future. Why a sense of the future? Because they turned their temples into schools. They were building a life here. And so we have to think about the present and how we are able to act in the present. Many of you here have been activists for over 50 years, but are hiding now. You're undercover. You don't know because many of you are ANC. Right? You're ANC. Now your party before, you were hegemonic. You had a monopoly on power. Right? I've been to so many of these meetings, watching City Hall. There'll be fantastic arguments by the opposition. But as soon as the whip in the party picks up his hand from the ANC, everybody votes. But that's not possible anymore. You have to contend with other groupings. And so it's the greatest time to be alive in South Africa. Greatest time to be alive in South Africa. because you can enter the political terrain and make your voice heard. More than any time before. One of the spines that holds us together, and there are others who might disagree, but one of the spines that hold us together, next year we shall celebrate 30 years of the Constitution. Now dare I say anything about the Constitution, because Judge Zach Yakub was a constitutional judge here. And he has a lot to say about the reasonable test and what it means and the performance even of the constitutional part. But we've got to separate the constitutional part from a constitution. Too many of my students, too many of the younger people who are in the EFF and MK party think the constitution is a barrier to fundamental changes. They've not lived under a state of emergency. They've not lived under detention without trial. They've not lived where the media cannot say what they want. And so it's not a conservative position to be a constitutionalist. It is a radical position because it's asking for a transformative constitutionalism. And just yesterday, I read that the Judicial Services Commission, its composition now is being questioned. Why should a majority of people in the Judicial Services Commission be politicians? Things are happening in this country. You listen in a vibrant way. I take it as a positive. What's happening in the Madlango Commission? What's happening in the Madlango Commission? We thought the rot was bad. It's even more rotten than you imagined. It's deep. While we are worried about the Guptas and state capture, there was capturing happening at every level of our society. And I know sometimes when you don't intend something, it happens. And I think when Ramaphosa set up the commission, maybe the ANC cadres were welcome and didn't expect it to arrive at this level of revelation. And I must say, the bravery of people in the face of incredible intimidation to arrive there and give evidence is something remarkable. It's something incredible. If you read Jeff Hicks's book on Babita Deokaran, you think you know the story. But look at her legacy. You know, when Mandela had to sign something on Shakespeare and Sunny Beckett-Watman's Shakespeare, you know, he talked about cowards only die once. You know, but the people who are brave live on forever. What a legacy she has left us in Tbilisi Hospital. Without Babita Deokaran, and if you read that, a sense of culture, the spine that ran through her life, a sense of belief that emanated from her religious beliefs, the question of dharma, the question of doing the right thing is quite incredible. And for those of you who haven't read that book, read it, because it is firstly a brilliant book by a brilliant journalist, but a story that will make you weep, at the same time make you feel good because of how it is crumbling now. So I want to end, if you'll allow me, by reading. Have I gone over time?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. So I want to end by let me end this. Why am I saying we've got to start thinking about writing our histories beyond its ghettoization? Because there's a big South African history to tell. And one of the challenges last year was 100 years since the first test match was played at Kingsmead. And the people at Kingsmead said, I should write a book on the 100 years. And I thought, how do you write a book on the 100 years of Kingsmead? When for most of those years, people were not allowed to play or enter or were segregated audiences. And I thought to myself, this is a challenge. How to write a history that tells a story of cricket. to tell the story of Dudley North, to tell the story of the first test, to tell the story about Barry Richards and the 140. Nearly got 100 before lunch in the 1970 test. Of course, tell those stories, but tell the stories about the other people who played cricket. And one of the things of telling that story was to tell the story of Toplin Parsuraman to people like Harold Samuel and Karam who are here no better than I. But Toplin's father was a groundsman at Kingston. And what it must have felt for a father, right, that he was preparing the ground that his son could never play on. But Toplin Parsuram becomes one of the greatest spin bowlers the province has ever seen. And so you tell the story of Toplin. You tell the story of in 1930s and 40s, there was a vibrant African cricket culture. Because there was a coincidence. At Adams College, the captain of the West Indies arrived to teach them, and a scholar from Cambridge. He was a white, because only whites could be captain of West Indies, and he inculcated a culture of cricket. And one of the best opening batsmen that was produced was Sukumar Jan, and then Ben Malamba, an all-rounder who played in the 1950s for the South African, the non-racial team. And so I tried to tell a story of cricket beyond Kingsby, but also of Kingsby. And so I end by saying, in a way, so battles we fight, the contest we have, between Gandhi and Smuts, Papua and Gary Player. But that many of us try to think of the contest we had in life. And I entitled the book of Fathers, Sons and Timeless Teams, because so much of cricket is about fathers and sons and the bond they have. And this is how I try to read the book. I think of my father. Every weekend he took me somewhere that involved cricket, sport, cricket, soccer, the search for a tennis court. Often we would sleep back to table tennis. How many times did we stand on opposite sides of the table? How many times would I take the lead 10-6, 19-15, only to be beaten? He was quick on his feet. If he had a weakness, it was his backhand. I tried to exploit this by a flat serve to the corner, but he would pivot on his heels and, quick as a cat, outside a Chinese takeaway, take the shot with his forehand. And there he would be. He was waiting, drawing his elbow half cocked and stabbed at the ball. It leapt back like a rocket and the point was done. Later he would make his tea. Leaves grew slowly on the stove, milk boiled. Separately, his scoring would crease in mountains of ripples as he savored his drink of victory. Then one day I won 2 games in a row. A few months later, the same result. Rockies on his heels, he fell backwards. I chuckled and teased. Another time, his bat slipped and flew out of the garage. By the end of the set, he was tired and worn, jerking his head, swatting at the ball long before it had passed his bat. I was happy to catch up on 2 decades of defeat. It was the decline. Neither of us had an inkling, but Parkinson's was already eating his body. The ball would not stay in the palm of his hand. The short elbow jab was reduced to an involuntary jerk. One day as he landed, he fell and cut his forehead. Blood flowed. It was the last match we ever played. Eventually, my father wielded a tennis bat like a musketeer. The sword could not cut his blade. Degeneration seemed in no hurry. Then it gathered pace. The hand that bowled the first ball to me, that guided me through the crowds at Kingsmead to a segregated place on the clock was no more. As the pages of this book show, the journey with my father starts and ends with the game of cricket. Both of us never great shakes at the game, but we donned our whites and walked one more time to the wicket. Gabriel Marquez warns that races condemned to 100 years of solitude did not have a second opportunity in earth. In this neck of the woods, we refused to be wiped out by the wind and exiled from memory. We grabbed the chance to emerge from the loneliness of a long 20th century, yearning for the start of a new. The game of cricket is peculiar that way. No matter how well you may see the ball, no matter how well you're playing your innings, it will come to an end with a lack of a reward for the partner. At the other end, in the game of life, we think that the partner may be a friend or even a lover. But what if it is your own dad or parent? The person we find already at the crease with a decent 50 under the belt when we, shivering, take guard. Somehow to steady our nerves and encouragement with whispered advice on how the pitch is played. The story of Kingsmead tells the stories of remarkable father and son duels, stories of feats on the field, of honor beyond the boundary that have made generations gasp and cheer. Stories also that spawn controversy and debate, bitterness and regret. For all of them, these stories should not be forgotten, lest we condemn ourselves to the solitude of having no history, no home, no parents. Thank you.
Our history should not be exiled to memory. I think it's a fitting way to end this memorial lecture. Thank you so much, Ashwin. I'd like to hand over to certain questions from the audience. We have a memorial concert that's just about to begin, so just be mindful of that. And you can ask your questions, and then we'll talk to that with Ashwin as he is up the stage.
Thank you very much, Selvin, and thank you to the extraordinary speakers that we have today. But I'd say that part of their struggle was to survive in the arts, as you also rightfully said, spirituality schooling, that was critical. The pulse of the early endangered Indians over here was to survive and find relief through the literature that was there before them, and the knowledge of the understanding of philosophy that they had also brought along with them from India. And earlier I was wanting to ask, how did they respond when they were restrained? When they were restrained at that time by the British, not to actually perform, not to actually reminisce on what their literature and philosophies were. How did they feel? And to what level of apathy did they do their work, cutting the sugar cane? How did they feel at that moment? And here we just heard about the 1930s and 40s, but there is a huge portrait of a show, of a musical show, just been handed to Selvin, and it will be on display at the center. In 1942, the show entitled Dhoka Kaku, it was staged at the City Hall with all the residents of this country performing there. People from the lay people, people that were doing menial work, they were given that opportunity. So I say that we have trust in that sector, that segment, they are still around. Fatima Mead was spoken about, who promoted Indian classical music at the university. It was also spoken about that at the King's Speed in the King's Park in 1993, where Ustad Ravi opened the festival at the King's Park. Mandela entered the stage, and his song was he had started singing a song in a universal language where he also brought in the English text. And every time President Mandela raised his hand, the entire audience started to actually shout and scream. And that was on the song Ishwar Allah Tere Naam Sabko Sammati De Bhagwan. So that history must not be lost. And it's soon going to be up at this documentation center with a series of recordings that were here and in India. Thank you.
Actually, you spoke about the Italian New Congress, which kept alive the Freedom Charter, the defiance of everything that happened from early 1900 right until 1994. That the Indians, and when the ANC was dead, it was the NIC that kept the dream alive. And of course,
the Natal Indian Congress basically folded, handed the basin to the ANC. The ANC, after running a few kilometers, dropped the basin. And now we ask the question, you said all of us must get involved. And what most of the people have been doing is voting for the very, very oppressive party that we make. Very oppressive party. That they cannot actually appreciate the struggles that we went through and why we should act differently. Definitely, I'm not asking people to go and vote the ANC, but what is the alternative?
Respond as you go along. Okay, right. Just gonna take that.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have a question for on the stage here. I just want to know your intake, right, from the time Indians have come into the first settlers, right? And if we go back to the times of Dullah Omar, the late Aziz Fahad, our activist Fatima Mir, those are not mentioned, right? And in terms of, I know it's not for the political question, but I just want to know your intake, right? And I've seen the likes of ANC MP, Comrade Ran Subraki, I've seen Ronnie Palayo here as well. And, so I want to know from you, right? These are people in government and parliament. What do you think that the government is doing enough to bring Indians into parliament and in government sectors? That's my question to you. So are they doing enough of are we seeing enough in that space, or is there more can be done? Just your general take. Thank you.
So on the question of culture, and this is why. So what's going to happen in within 5 or 10 minutes is going to be amazing, because Kirtan is here, his mother is here, and what you're talking about. If you look through the indenture files, you will see a plantation owner, H.W. Turner. He was so angry with one of his laborers who was playing a made-up drum, and he hated it because they were doing culture. And he actually took an axe and chopped it up. But this man put his drum back together and carried on playing. And one of the things that you're going to see here, when we had a book launch of Belonging, I had listened to Kathy Gesson sing, and I wanted Kathy Gesson to do the book launch, and suddenly you get a phone call to say, Kathy Gesson is in hospital, and I thought, oh God, they're going to think Ashwini's false advertising again. But of course, Kirtan stepped in, and it was handed down from his father to his son. And you will hear something beautiful, and I think we're all doing something to understand and appreciate these generational, intergenerational talents, and I'm sure Kanthan will introduce it just now. The one thing that we're very sobered on, and I think people need to take this seriously, that what happened after 1949 riots, when you go back and look at the newspapers, you look at the speeches that were made, that it's an amazing story of how the Natal Indian Congress got involved in the alliance with the ANC in the 1952 Defiance campaign. It was path-breaking. And the sheer depth of friendship between Monty Naika and Albert Luthuli. Go and read those speeches. Go and read Monty Naika's son is here, Jason. That was all over the show. He was every place, making speeches all over, supporting Albert Luthuli. Albert Luthuli was magnificent. A man was a traditionalist, a chief, who could work with communists, who could work with liberals, who talked against the tyranny of numbers and inclusive nationalism that we are beneficiaries of. And I think what Spider and other people are pointing to is, if you look at the last election, one of the times I really saw Cyril Ramaphosa smile. He was standing in Kwadakuza, and a lady was wanting to dance with him in a sari. And he danced, and it was a Nagara dance, and he was never happier. And why would the ANC come there? Because there's very few votes. But I think there's still a spine of non-racialism in the ANC. And we need to know how to build it. And so my thing is, everybody's going to talk about the vote now. My thing is, where are you in the public domain? What are you doing, even in your neighborhood? How are you acting? And people, the old days where you had to say Aman La Wetu are gone. In fact, now we mock it because what does Aman La mean? A Wetu, power to the people. You'll have load shedding in between. And so even at UK, when people say Aman La, they shouldn't say Inkan La. So we're coming up with new languages. How we organize, how we talk to each other. How we relate to each other across party politics and histories, and want to produce a new culture. It's not just about the political party, but can we introduce a new political culture of service into this overweening thing that seems to be enveloping us? Yes, you can. And the only reason we are not doing it, we are cowards, we are lazy, we bask in a chauvinism of our history. It's not who's bringing who into parliament. What are you doing to make those changes? And there's people here who are trying with civics, who are trying in neighborhoods, who are trying to build their ratepayers associations, who are trying to keep City Hall accountable, who are taking them to court and not wanting to pay because of the lack of services. And so we need to reintroduce a culture. And part of that culture is to give ourselves confidence again. If anything, ironically, the 30 years took away from us is our confidence to be able to change things. And yet, at the height of apartheid in 1985, when people were being locked up and detained, were simply being on the streets, people had confidence. What happened to you? Praise Governor writes this in a book. She said, when she took up the whole thing about the arms deal and then HIV/AIDS, she said she looked around at her comrades. People who have been to Robben Island when you banned, stood up against the might of the apartheid regime. They were silent in front of the world. So, think about Monty Naika in 1949 after the riots. He could have hit, he could have become chauvinist, he could have retreated into an ethnic organization. What did they do? They came out fighting and built an alliance that has never been replicated in many post-colonial societies. So history is about not indulging in nostalgia, it's about taking heart from what went on before and building something. So that's what I feel. I want my confidence back. I feel confident when I see the fact that the ANC is at 40%. There are other people, there's always a labeling going on, right? And somebody like me was always labeled, this guy is an ultra-leftist, he's maybe an apartheid spy, rubbishy, idiot, he's always wanting to pee, there's always something. I know them. The ANC, could be very nasty to people who might be thinking differently. But I think that time is over. And so they can't label us anymore because they're sitting with the IFE that they used to label people who killed, right? They're sitting with the DA, and they seem to all get on very well, actually. You know what I mean? So the idea is, how do you enter the public domain in this kind of politics? And every day, I talk to somebody who's involved in politics, and I engage with them, and I talk to them, and I want to grow from people. I want to understand what the consequences of entering the public domain are, how we conduct ourselves. And so, are you doing that? Are we engaging more and more with each other? And that's the challenge for us. So I hope, if nothing else, days like this are inspirational for that. And if there is a meeting here about local government elections, come in your numbers. Ask questions like what Spider was asking right now. What is the SACP now? Now the SACP, they enjoyed cabinet, they enjoyed the gravy train, now they suddenly on the independent political party, they'll get lost less than 1.5%. Right? But that doesn't matter. You know what I mean? They served in cabinet. In fact, they were hopeless when they were actually cabinet ministers. Now they're suddenly against the ANC, you know, and splitting the vote even further. They don't want, you know, so we need to think through these things. And we need to capture the spine. One of the great things is that all the major political parties, even if it's lip service, talk about non-racialism. Want to be anti-racist. And therefore, that gives us hope still that the politics of the 50s, the influence of the Black conscious movement is still alive amongst us. But I think, you know, I always say this, when Michael Foot was asked to introduce Lata Mangeshkar for the first time at the Royal Albert Hall in the 70s, he just got up and they thought he was going to make a big speech. There was a politician, he said, "You've come here to listen to the voice of India, Lata Mangeshkar." So I feel the same, that I know many of you want to listen to Kavali.
Thank you so much. I did say that he was going to question us, so we didn't. Thank you so much. Before we have a small comfort break, I just want to have Captain Pillay who will introduce the musicians, and then we'll go into a small comfort break as we set up for the musicians.
Should I leave my bag here? Yeah, I think.
Good afternoon, Vanakkam, Salbona. I wrote a short note and sent it to Servant to say to pass it on to the MC. And then he said to me, "Kantan, can you just introduce?" So what I'm going to do, normally I don't follow a script. I'm just going to read what I've written here, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to introduce, if I could just have your attention, a remarkable father-son duo in Carnatic music. Unfortunately, the father, Acharya Ratna Ise Servant B. Karthikeyan Pillai, who was scheduled to perform this afternoon, is currently unwell. However, we are told, as I get your attention, Ghulam.
Thanks, guys. Can we settle down as we continue?
Can I have your attention, yeah. However, we are told that his son, Kirtan Karthikeyan Pillai, has graciously stepped in to share his talents with us. At Ike's bookshop, with the launch of Ashman and Grant's book, Belonging, some of us have got a taste of Kirtan. Many thought they were in India. This afternoon, Kirtan builds on the theme where he sang 4 songs in 4 languages that evening. Today, he extends that repertoire by including Sanskrit, consistent with the theme of Kalapani, and what we celebrate here this afternoon on the eve of the 165th anniversary of the arrival of our indentured forebears. Karthikeyan Pillai is a renowned Carnatic musician from South Africa, known for his soulful voice and mastery of raga and rhythm, which I'm competing with at the back there. He has performed extensively across Africa, India, and Europe, earning accolades from critics and connoisseurs alike. A senior disciple of the legendary Padma Bhushan Madurai T. and Seshagopal, Karthikeyan's music is a reflection of his deep devotion and artistic expression of Guru Johnson. Kirtan Karthikeyan Pillai is a talented young musician who has been groomed in the classical arts from a young age, a skilled mridangist and vocalist. Kirtan has performed alongside his father in various concerts and has gained recognition for his mature and nuanced approach to Carnatic music. Today we invite Kirtan to take the stage and showcase his exceptional talent. He is accompanied by his mother Vanessa on the harmonium. On the tabla we have Darshan Naidu, Dolak, Yolan Chiran, percussion and ensemble standing over the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the origins of this was when Ashwin gave my mom's 16-day memorial service. He was scheduled to speak at a function, so he planned to just pop in, greet us as a family and leave. And he was spellbound for 90 minutes listening to Karthikeyan. And he said to me, we need to actually get Karthikeyan to perform this at this function. And that was on the 20th of March this year. In between then and now, Karthikeyan was invited to perform for 90 minutes at the Indian consulate. I'm not sure if there's any members of the consulate here. Indian consulate, one would think, would have some presence, but tomorrow they'll be here. Okay, so that concert of 90 minutes, which Karthikeyan and his team rehearsed apparently for hours and days and weeks didn't go on. So he called me sort of broken-hearted, and I said to him, don't worry, between Ashwin, Selvan and I, we put together a concert, but he felt he was unwell. And so at the book launch, we squeezed them into one corner, and they took the crowd by storm. So today we've got this function, but this is going to be a sort of a prelude to us actually taking this message nationally. You're going to hear 5 languages, there's going to be 7 languages, and perhaps what we're looking for today is an endorsement as to whether this can work, because it is in fact music that kept us together as a community. And maybe music is what will get us out of the lethargy that Ashwin spoke about. So today is to just work up those spirits, and I think you're going to really be overwhelmed. In fact, I know you are going to be overwhelmed. So after the body break of a few minutes, while they get ready, I'm going to ask you to sit and give them the time and the respect, because that is what is needed. You need to actually sit and not chit-chat and actually listen. Now, when Karthikeyan phoned me this morning, he said to me, Anna, have you got the monitors? And a few days ago, I said to Selvan, please, have you got the monitors and 5 mics? He said, no, listen, we've got 3 mics. I'll make a plan for the other 2. Now, we are so known as a so-called Indian community for making a plan. It's become like we have to make a plan every single time. I'm hoping that that will change, soon. So what happened? I was at a family function, which was scheduled from 12 to 6 o'clock this afternoon. I said, listen, I'm going to miss the lectures, but I can't miss the music. And then while the lecture is on, I'm sending him a message, about 5 messages. I said, Sir, have you got the monitors? Because Karthikeyan didn't even ask me whether they're going to be paid. And I assumed up until like an hour ago, the monitors were going to be here. And he said, no, I'm sorry, we don't have the monitors, we'll make a plan. Now, obviously, we made a plan at Ike's, but somebody, I think it was who said they thought they were in India. This is a world-class artist. Now, those of you who know, to actually sing at his level, you need a monitor. So being at a family function, and this young man, Denzel, who actually pitched up when a well-known Max son let us down in a Fiona Heights reunion, he came there, he left a paying job to come. I said to him, Denzel, I've got this. I can see you've got here, you've got this event going. Can we make a plan? And he said, but your cousin would kill me, it's his grandson's christening. So I went there to the Kodesa and what have you. He left part of his staff there. He came here, we've got monitors, we've got 5 mics. So you're going to listen to a brilliant concert, I have no doubt. And for those of you who feel like you're in India where you can take your notes and put it here, don't feel shy. Let it come. Okay, because you're going to enjoy it and they're here for the love of music. So let's give them a round of applause. When you said to me, I was confident the show going on because of the weather alert, I didn't tell you after I raised the monitors. This show is going on no matter what. So we're going to have a 2 or 3 minute stretch while they fine tune and get themselves ready. And then we're going to ask you to sit and enjoy an hour of beautiful music.
Thank you so much. We're going to give you a little bit of a comfort later as we take our setup. So just indulge us for a few minutes.
Join the talks. Join the history. Yeah, both.
Let's also be aware that supper will be provided after the concert, so please do join us.
I just Oh, okay. That's Yes, keep it well. What's your name? Amanda. I'm happy to see Let's say stop streaming, and then insert, and then stream.
Something quickly and then so this way somebody to join. Somebody's going
Okay, we'll try and make it happen.
I'm so scared to take the taxi. Anyway, even if they give me back, so this way okay, join.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you so much.
Is the camera in the right place? Just check if everything is right.
It's all of
I just focused on one level. Just the two here.
it's capturing all of it.
Not too loud.
Essentially, I've got some extensions and stuff.
I'll collect everything and then we'll just keep it.
So it's long extension.
We'll have to, I mean, it works brilliant.
No, I think after next week, it's still quality. I think it'll work.
That's what I thought of in the first place. I think we need to invest in all those things because I mean, you can see the events.
And it's not like you don't get it. It's a crowd.
Exactly. So we just need to put it all together.
Well, I said I'll do some research, I'll put together a list. Unless do you have somebody who
expecting to have something decent. It never happened. Sorry, but I have to go. No problem.
What? Yeah, no, it's just time. There's an issue of books. There's 36 Chinese indentured spirits that have still been held in the dark collection. And I've taken him up on it, and I want to speak with the 1860 to also get involved in that campaign to get those that issue sorted out.
We definitely will. Okay. Sorry, I have to go. So I've got to work out no shade. There's somebody there. Sure. Thank you so much for being here. No, thank you so much. You're well. Still moving around. Are you looking good? I'm homebound. Because I have to. No, but it's all right. But you're looking good. Every time I see you, you always look good. So I'm like, okay, see, thank you. Just tell me which way you think out.
Actually, to see that it's actually my father's cousin. My dad is gone.
Oh, he's
I
gone.
say hello to him and introduce myself, but they only know his mom. Everybody only knows his mother.
Sure. Oh, your cousin.
Looks like he's gone. Yeah.
We've been looking for some questions.
Once we get big, I'm going to inform you about the issue. I think that's an important. Information related with social media, not just the campaign here. I mean, it's unacceptable. When I phone you, we can talk. But I want to visit you. Give you a full briefing.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If I could please get your attention. At the very outset, we apologize for the technical issues with the sound, but as Uncle Kantan had said, we are make plan people. I would firstly like to thank, I think let me give you a few few seconds just to settle down.
Thanks, guys. Can we settle down, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, can we settle down? I don't see you are roaring the animation. Can we settle down, please?
Thanks.
We really need to have undivided. Let's close the door at the back there. There are these two judges in the house who can have some water. There are these two judges.
Sound check 1, 2. Sound. Thank you so much, Uncle Kantan. I think firstly I would like to start off by saying that I am born in 1998, and being a 27-year-old in South Africa, we appreciate the 1860, but we don't understand it. As children, we don't understand the struggles that have went on. And I would just like to personally thank, firstly, Uncle Kantan for connecting me with Uncle Ashwin Desai, as this is also a learning curve for me, where I can understand more about our history in South Africa and relate the music that I will be singing today to this history. I would really like to thank I think that is the power of the forefathers. I would really like to thank Uncle Ashwin for giving me this opportunity, together with Uncle Salvin, to be here and as a youth, an Indian youth in South Africa, allow me to present this program. I would also like to give my humble respects to my big father, Uncle Ricky Naidu, and Mama Tisham, and a very senior musician that is walking about here, Uncle Rajesh Lachman, absolute senior musician in South Africa. I would like to pay my humble respects before I start this program. And to everyone that is here today to witness this program and be an amazing audience, my humble respects to everyone. Thank you so much for giving me this time. Jnanandamayam Devam Nirmala Spatika Kritim Adaram Sarva Vidyana Ayagrivam Upasmaye Jnanandamayam Devam Nirmala Spatika Kritim Adaram Sarva Vidyana Ayagrivam Upasmaye. Namo Vishnu Padaya. This next sloka that I will be singing is a prayer to my Guru for blessing me with this talent and this skill. नमो विष्णु पदाय कृष्ण प्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमते कार्तिकेयन स्वामिनिति नमामिने। नमस्ते अस्तु सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रसारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पश्यतामि bikin apa? The first song that I will be opening with is in Sanskrit, which is a song to the obstacle remover, Lord Ganesha. In the song we explain and we are glorifying him in his different names, calling him by the sun. And if we look at this song, the song teaches us that the respect always goes back to your parents. His many names are called the son of his mother, the son of his father. So that is his name. Parvati Nandana Bhava Bhaya Bhanjana Yuga Yuga Vandita Jaya Shri Ganesha Yuga Yuga Vandita Sai Ganesha Gajavadhana Bhaganata Gajavadhana Vinayaka Gajavadhana Ghananata Gajavadhana Vinayaka Siddhidhata Shivatanaya Siddhidhata Shivatanaya Siddhi Pradayaka Gajanana Siddhi Pradayaka Gajanana Parvati Nandana Bhava Bhaya Bhanjana Parvati Nandana Bhava Bhaya Bhanjana Yuga Yuga Vandita Jaya Shri Ganesha Yuga Yuga Vandita Jaya Shri Ganesha Gajavadhana Ghananata Gajavadhana Vinayaka Siddhidhata Shivatanaya Siddhidhata Shivatanaya Siddhi Pradayaka Gajanana Siddhi Pradayaka Gajanana Parvati Nandana Bhava Bhaya Bhanjana Parvati Nandana Bhava Bhaya Bhanjana Yuga Yuga Vandita Jaya Shri Ganesha Yuga Yuga Vandita Jaya Shri Ganesha Gajavadhana Ghananata Gajavadhana Vinayaka. My next attempt will be a Kawali. Please forgive me, I am currently struggling with the flu, but I will try my best. अली हिमाल मनस्त मनम गुलाम अली अली हिमाल मनस्त मनम गुलाम अली Ali Mola, Ali Mola, Ali Ali, Ali Mola, Ali Mola, Ali Ali, Ali Mola, Ali Mola, Ali Ali, Ali Mola, Ali Mola, Ali. Ahla Taale Ali, Nafta Ila Ali, Shere Chatna Ali, Ali, Ali Mola, Ali Mola, Ali Ali, Ali Mola, Ali Mola, Ali Ali. रश्क करता है काबा मेरे कोट पर, रश्क करता है काबा मेरे कोट पर, मैंने जिसको पूजा खुदा हो गया, मैंने जिसको पूजा खुदा हो गया। अली मौला, अली मौला, अली अली, अली मौला, अली मौला, अली अली। Ya pina pi ruka pina zaru, ya pina pi ruka pina zaru, ya pina pi ruka pina zaru, ya pina pi ruka pina zaru. Musle ko nasib pehla jana, musle ko nasib pehla jana. Ali Mola, Ali Mola, Ali Ali, Ali Mola, Ali Mola, Ali Ali. Ali Mola, Ali Mola, Ali Ali, Ali Mola, Ali Mola, Ali Ali. The next genre of music is where I go down to the Andhra side of India. The next song I will be singing is the very first form of music that came through with the Andhras from India, which is what we call Ram Bhajan in South Africa. This process of Ram Bhajan, I was asked by Uncle Ashwin Desai to explain at the bookshop in my previous performance as to what this is. There was a group of men that traveled searching as to where is this Lord that they're looking for. And when they had traveled through the forests, they needed some kind of sustenance, as we'll call it, to stay firstly awake, secondly, to keep away the wild animals in the forest. So at the time of rest, what they would do is kind of, as we know it, shift work. They will have a team that will be dancing around the fire to show that there is activity there so that there is no wild animals that come through. And when one team is ready to take a rest, the next team steps in. And we see it very nicely in South Africa, where we've continued this tradition that has come through here, where we have 10 boys around the Ram Bhajan ring. Young boys that have taken to this art form. We have 10 boys around the Ram Bhajan ring, and once they are tired from stepping, we have another shift that comes in. So we have continued this tradition, and you will see there's a lot of screaming, there's a lot of sounds that you will hear that are new, and wonder how is he making these sounds. These are the sounds that were used to keep these animals away. The shakers that I have in my hand were used to control the team that was around that fire for the leader to command this. So with the next item being a Ram Bhajan, we are going to take you straight down to Andhra. Hari Narayana, Karumanchi Mande Hari Hari Narayana Adina Rayana Karumanchi Mahmelo Kamalano Januda Hari Hari Narayana Adina Rayana Karumanchi Mahmelo Hari Hari Narayana Adina Rayana Karumanchi Mahmelo Kamalano Januda Hari 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 Narayana Adina Rayana Karumanchi Mahmelo Kamalano Januda Hari Hari Narayana Adina Rayana Karumanchi Mahmelo Kamalano Januda Loka Palana Rama Lokanayaka Rama Satyuti Rama Jagati Rama Lokapalana Rama, Lokarayaka Rama, Satyuti Rama, Jagati Rama, Hari Narayana Adina Rayana, Dandalo Dasamana Sanola, Vandanamu Naganamu Varapunya Sila. Hari Hari Narayana Adina Rayana Karumanchi Mahmelo Kamalano Januda Hari Hari Godanda Rama 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 Hari Hari Narayana Adina Rayana Karumanchi Mahmelo Kamalano Januda Govinda Nama Sankirtanam Govinda Govinda. As we keep to the tradition of any Indian program, we have an obstruction. We need a vehicle removed. This is tradition, and I'm so happy that we get to do this. We have a Mercedes. The number plate is CG41KFZN. Could you kindly remove your vehicle? No function ends without that sentence. Could you kindly remove your vehicle? This next song, sorry ladies and gentlemen, I really don't want to bore you with the next song, but I would like if we could all envision some kind of light, any form of light that you want to envision. And as I sing this next song, this is the Hindi now, I would like everyone to please bring this light towards you and let this light perform the healing that it needs to perform. With music therapy, the next ragam that I will be singing is Yemen Kalyan. This ragam does a lot for the mind. The psychological space gets touched very nicely in this ragam, and the way I'm going to try to give off the right things in this ragam. The next song is a very folk song, so I would like everyone to clap. And feel free to wake up if you need to. Please do. And if I don't see any interaction in the last line, everyone's going to sing with me. Muruga, Muruga, Vadivela, Kanda, Kumara, Roga, Muruga, Muruga. Paranimalai Girivasa, Shanmuganaga, Odiva, Paranimalai Girivasa. Kartikeya Paduvar, Sindhivadal Paduvar. Kartikeya Paduvar, Sindhivadal Paduvar. Chirugaranava Shanmuganata, Gurugaranava Shanmuganata. Chirugaranava Shanmuganata, Gurugaranava Shanmuganata. Chirugaranava Shanmuganata, Gurugaranava Shanmuganata. Paranimalai Girivasa, Shanmuganaga, Odiva. Paranimalai Girivasa, Shanmuganaga, Odiva. Kartikeya Paduvar, Sindhivadal Paduvar. Kartikeya Paduvar, Sindhivadal Paduvar. Talat talat taladane danne, talat talat taladane danne, talat talat talat. Talat talat taladane danne, talat talat taladane danne. I've got 3 more genres of music that I need to touch for you. The first genre is a devotional song, and it is a song that I can guarantee that everyone somewhere in their life, somewhere in their bloodline, their family member definitely sang the song. Madhavane Shiva Shankarane Narayana Hari Paramatma Yamudani Narayana Hari Madhavane Shiva Shankarane Narayana Hari Paramatma Narayana Hari 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 Ram Shiva Shankara Kailasa Vasa Hari Hari Ram Shiva Shankara Om Namah Shivaya Narayana Hari Bhagavadhara Om Namah Shivaya Narayana Hari Bhagavadhara Madhavane Shiva Shankarane Narayana Hari Paramatma Jagannathodini Narayana Hari 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 Ram Shiva Shankara Kailasa Vasa Om Namah Shivaya Narayana Hari Bhagavadhara ने शिव शंकर ने नारायण हरि ओम परमात्मा तूने नारायण हरि ओम। I'm going to do one line from a film song. We know it as a film song, but very long time ago, the great Sabri brothers have sung this song, Mere Rash Ke Kamar. I will try at least to sing. Please forgive me for any mistakes. ऐसे लहरा के तू रूबरू आ गई, ऐसे लहरा के तू रूबरू आ गई, धड़कने में तहाशा तड़पने लगी, धड़कने में तहाशा तड़पने लगी, तीर ऐसा लगा दर्द ऐसा छगा, तीर ऐसा लगा दर्द ऐसा छगा, चोट दिल पे वो पाई मजा आया, मेरे रास्ते कमर, मेरे रास्ते कमर, तूने पहली नजर नजर से मिलाई मजा आया, मेरे रास्ते कमर तूने पहली नजर, मेरे रास्ते कमर तूने पहली नजर, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया, ऐसा लगा दर्द ऐसा जगा, ऐसा लगा दर्द ऐसा जगा, चोट दिल पे वो पाई मजा आया, मेरे राजा हो गए हम मना हो गए, जैसे तुम मुस्कुराई मजा आ गया, मेरे रास्ते कमर तूने तेरी नजर, मेरे रास्ते कमर तूने तेरी नजर, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया, मेरे रास्ते कमर, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया। Okay, my second last song is a song that explains my life very much. Please excuse me if I get emotional in sharing this with you, but I really love this audience today. Just the way I feel so together as if we are performing together and I'm not singing for everyone. I just want to share that, to every child, their father is God. In this next song, very nicely it explains, Appanukku Ubadesittai, Yen Arume Gurunathanumai. That first verse touches everyone's heart when I explain to you what it means. Appanukku Ubadesittai, Yen Arume Gurunathanumai. That means my father is my God, is my Guru. Swami Malayil Amandavane, Swaminatha. In that Swami Malayil, I am only given the title of God because of my father. And today I am only sitting on this stage and able to give off this so-called talent because of the respects that I owe firstly to my father and the forefathers that have brought music to this country. In the next verse, Andavane Alankarane, the beautification of that man that stands there. Very colloquially, I will translate for you. Andavane Alankarane, Andamellam Valamum Vanda. Adiyargal Kanam Bodha, you all are Adiyargal. Everyone has come here to see Isai Salvamani Karthikeyan Pillai. But Chinna Muruga, Singara Muruga, that means Acharya Ratna Isai Salvamani Karthikeyan Pillai, the commander of Indian classical music in South Africa, is known as Singara Muruga, the lion of Muruga. I am known as Chinna Muruga, that small Muruga. I know Uncle Salvin is very fond of Lord Murugai. I can see that smile on his face. Yenipadi kovalam taram dandagunda ingutro Murugani, Yenipadi kovalam taram dandagunda ingutro Andiyana. Make plan. Taruvai Arul Paranimala Sangada Kodikonna Sankari Kumpinungin Dandavani Dandavani Devami Dandavani Sivame Dandavani Devame Dandavani Devame Dandavani Devame. Vibrations are very high in this room. Dandavani Devame. Bhaktargalinkavadiyum, a long-standing tradition in South Africa that the Indians have partook in, is carrying the Kavadi. Bhaktargalinkavadiyum, Papavaril Ullamallam, comes from inside. Parangiri Devanagi, Muruga, Muruga, Chinna, 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 Muruga, Singara Muruga. We ask ourselves, why are there these extra notes that Indian music is so special? Kawalis, Ram Bhajans, devotional music, it's so expressive. There is no need for me to be talking, but just to explain to you what I am doing. Chinna chinna, small small. Chinna, chinna, chinna. Singara means lion. Chinna, 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 Muruga. Singara Muruga, chinna, chinna, Muruga. Singara Muruga, Singara Muruga, chinna, chinna, Muruga, Muruga, Singara Muruga. Appalinku upadesittal aruli junnadanobai Swami Narayana Vandanane, Swami Narayana Vandanane, Swami Nada Gurugayappa, Swami Nada Gurugayappa, Chinna chinna Muruga Muruga, Singara Muruga. Chinna chinna Muruga Muruga, Singara Muruga. Chinna chinna Muruga Muruga. Andadane alankarani, andamellam balamum vandal, adiyargal kaanum poode, adiyari kachi vandal. Chinna chinna, chinna chinna Muruga Muruga, Singara Muruga, Singara Muruga, Singara Muruga, Singara Muruga. Muruga, Muruga, Chinna, 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 Muruga, Singara Muruga, Singara Muruga. The last song that I'm going to sing, I was inspired to sing it by Uncle Salvin when scrolling on Facebook, as the new children say. When scrolling on Facebook, I came across a very inspiring message that Uncle Salvin put out about Motineri. And what do we as South Africans know about Motineri? Motineri, according to today's youth, is a funeral song. If I have to say very colloquially, the Tevarans that are written, if you just take away Lord Shiva's name and put anybody else's name there, it's very loving, extremely loving. When you look at the song, Pitta Pere Sodi, Tenpal Venne. Look at those words, the play of words. Tenpal Venne. The name of the river that the Lord sat at is called Tenpal Venne. Is the name. But what is the meaning of Tenpal? Sweet honey. Ten and pal, sweet milk. Apologies. Sweet milk. Look at the play that these great poets have. The same respect that is given to these great poets that wrote these things is the same respect that we must give to our South African, not local, our South African poets and writers and musicians. This is the respect that I've gotten today from everyone seated here, and I am so grateful for it. Ladies and gentlemen, I must thank you. When I walked in, I didn't know that I was going to have such a receptive audience. But everyone here is the reason that I could perform today in the manner that I did. So thank you for that. I will now sing Mutineri. As a request has come through from the mother. I've spoken so much about a father today. I haven't spoken about my mother. Don't know whether I will have supper. I hope you're giving me supper today. Yes. Just before I sing Mutineri, Mom has asked me to sing one of the naats that I had recorded with the help of Uncle Ahmed Babu. He has given me the help to sing this naat. I'm going to try my best. Please forgive me for any mistakes or any shortcomings. I'm just a learner, still a student trying. जब वक्त नजर आए आता दीदार अता करना मैं कभी अंधेरी में घबराऊंगा जब तन्हा इमदाद मेरी करने आ जाने रसूल अल्लाह इमदाद मेरी करने आ जाने रसूल अल्लाह रोशन मेरी तुर्बती को लीला जरा खरीना रोशन मेरी तुर्बत को लीला जरा करना जब वक्त नजर आए था दीदार अता करना मुझे मुँह जमाने मेरे जम में भरन रखना रुसवाया रमाना हूँ कमली में छुपा लेना रुसवाया जमाना हूँ दो ज़ख्र बचा लेना। Thank you. This is the beautification of Muttineri. It is not the song that the body goes in. No. It is the last composition by the saint. The Acho Padigal. Muttineri Ariyade Musavade Mujvene Muttineri பாரும்பணம் சித்தமணம் அறிவிப்பு சிவமாஜி இடையாண்ட அத்தன்யனக்கு அருளியவர் ஆர்பெருவார் ஆசோவே मेरी मेरी धनुवे मेरी याद सीधरो भूमि मरम मोदरागे मोदरवंगा नमियुमोर पोरुलागी नासिविगई रुमिते அம்மையனக்கு அருளியவர் ஆசிருவாரே அம்மையனக்கு அருளியவர் ஆசிருவாரே அம்மையனக்கு அருளியவர் ज्ञानानंदमयं देवं निर्मलस्फटिकाकृतिम् आधारं सर्वविद्यानां हयग्रीवम् उपास्महे नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमते कार्तिकेयन स्वामिनेति नमामिने नमस्ते अस्तु सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रसारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यभागी पश्यतामि भेषतारिणे कल्याण பிழையும் கருதா பிழையும் கசுந்துருகி நில்லா பிழையும் நினையா பிழையும் நினைந்தொழுத்தை சொல்லா பிழையும் புதியா பிழையும் தோழா பிழையும் எல்லாம் பிழைகளையும் பொறுத்தருள்வாய் கச்சேங்கம்பணி ஓம் திருச்சிற்றம்பலம். Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. An absolute pleasure and an absolute gift. Thank you so much for including me here, Uncle Ashwin Desai. Thank you. Uncle Salvan, thank you so much. Uncle Kankan, really appreciate it. And just to everyone, it's really humbling to see what appreciation. Thank you. Muhammad Kalas.
Sinna in Tamil is small, as he is saying. Singham is lion. Peri is big. Now these artists came here this afternoon and didn't even ask for compensation. So Sinna or Peri donations through Selvan, will be welcome. Don't feel compelled. But publishing books and music gives us so much of joy. But the reality is, I'm being asked if there's a box. We can just put it on down here. Right. Without, demeaning the beautiful performance. But the reality is, talk is cheap, money buys whiskey. But publishing books and music, I don't think people actually understand how much of hard work goes into publishing books, writing books like Ashwin and Ghulam, and how little financial reward they get for it, for the joy that we enjoy, in this. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of, on our behalf, I'd like to thank the musicians. This young man, with all that humility, he compensated by remembering his mother. He spoke of his father, and I just wanted us to channel some positive energy and wish Karthikeyan well in terms of his recovery, because what you saw here today